Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Winter Invitational hosted by NetEase Games. I'm your host, Renee. So, at the end of our tournament, the circumstances in our Winter Invitational is still a relentless roller coaster ride. After the matches of 4 days, ups and downs of this adventure, this time it's just a prologue. Now, first of all, thanks to our official payment partner, Unipin. Hundreds of US dollar worth of Unipin credits will be sent out during today's live stream and just share the post. We also have live on video, EGG Network, Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. Don't forget to check out the Top Clans official Facebook channel for the shared events. Special thanks to our local live stream partner InfoFit, qualifier partner TNC Events. Viewing from the scoreboard yesterday, Elite Echo ranked top 1 and there is obviously a huge score gap between them and the other teams. Seems like today's matches is only just a matter of time for them, and as for the top 2, 3, and 4 teams, their score gaps are quite even and it's still for grabs today. Of course, the top 5 teams will win 12,000 US dollar in total, so let's just wait and see if any of the teams could make it out. Can't wait for it. Now, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to our casters. Hi, James. Hi, Nikki.
Hi,
Hi.
As we
Renee.
all know that today's the final stage, so how about making a guess? Like, which team do you guys think would be the champion today, James?
Uh, it is really hard to say which team will win for today, but I think if our teams play consistently and do give it their all, I think Elite, Iho, or Santino PH has the bigger chances of winning this tournament.
How about Nikki?
I would have to go with James when it comes to
Oh.
consistency. They really did well during the 6 matches yesterday, so I'm gonna go for Elite Iho. But if we're gonna look at a good storyline for the underdogs, probably I'm gonna go for Santino PH.
Ah. Thank you guys. Now let's have our casters lead the audience. Enjoy today's game.
And we're back here at the Top Class 2021 Rules of Survival Grand Finals Day 2. So for the schedule, this is the Day 2 of the Grand Finals final day for the 5-day event December 12. We're already done last December 8 for the wildcard finals, and last December 9, we have concluded the PH finals. And on December 10, semifinals was done. And finally, Grand Finals Day 1 has been concluded, thus giving us the proper look on the top 5 from yesterday, as we have came up with the summation or total of their scores, giving us Elite Iho at first. We have Mau XRXP at second, Tyron at third, Sentinel at fourth, and finally is Fake Main at fifth place, James.
Yes, and it was a 5-day event. It was a busy week, of course, for our players and for us because we've been here for 5 full days. And this is now the second day of the grand finals, the last and final day for this tournament. And I'm pretty excited to see who will win this whole tournament because, in this tournament, we have we saw a lot of action and amazing gameplay coming from our teams. But we also need to recap our point system coming into this tournament because in this tournament we do count the number of points that our teams are having here. And teams are just playing it left and right to make sure that they get the most points here in our tournament for the scoreboard. Right now, we can see here flash on our screen for rank 1 in placement, you get 15 points, followed by the second place, you get 12 points. For third, you get 10 points. Fourth place will get 9 points. Fifth place will get 8. Sixth place will get 7, and so on and so forth. And of course, per kill, you get a point each, capping out at 11 points each per team. So per round, Nikki, you get a maximum of 26 points.
Exactly, James. And this will definitely guide all of our teams playing for the grand finals day two with how many points they need to get in each round in order for them to at least be part of the top five, because we're talking about not just honor and glory here, not just bragging rights, but of course the prize pool, because our tournament for today, this is the last day and last chance for them to have a grasp of this $15,000 prize pool. For the first place, they will get 5,000 USD. For the second place, they will get 3,000 USD. Third place will get 2,000 USD. Fourth place will get 1,500 USD. And finally, the fifth place will get 500 USD. Aside from fun, experience, and whatnot, they will definitely get something out of our tournament. So eyes on the prize. Everyone needs to actually focus on our last remaining 6 matches for today.
Yes, of course, our players want to get a nick of that prize pool that we have right here. But our viewers can join in on getting something as well here in this tournament, because during each match, questions about ROS will pop up in the comment section. Audiences can comment the right answers in FB live chat for a chance to win rewards. The lucky winners with right answers will receive one reward. Rewards pool includes a crowbar chain axe, AWM cursed papilla pack, Damascus knife, Sakura set pack, Barret simple tech, Flyswater Gravekeeper pack, Healer mech skeleton, and Unipin credit points. Yeah.
Yes, and I actually am looking for still at Sakura set pack, but there you have it, viewers. Each and everyone has a chance to win this stuff from just watching the live stream. So don't forget to share it to your family and friends, tag your loved ones, and of course, keep on cheering for your favorite team, as again, this is the grand finals day 2, last 6 matches for our teams to get a chance of adding more points to their current standing. And James, let's talk about the teams here, as we've already totaled and summed up their current points. We can see that Elite Iho really good left us with a good points and put their team in a good standing here with a total of 107 points, to be followed by Mao XRSB with 86 points. So that's just at 20. I'm not good with numbers. So is that 21?
That's 21 points difference from top 1
Great
and
maths.
top 2. And Nikki, like what you said, Elite Iho, they played really, really consistently here in this match. Although we saw that match 2, they really did not actually do well in that match. But our teams are playing consistent. This is a whole new day. We have 6 more rounds to play for today for our teams, and this might be the chance for our teams to actually catch up here in this tournament, especially for the teams at the bottom of the bracket. Because at the bottom of the bracket right now, we have, just for fun, Row for Asia, Born to Win, for Valiant Men. We've seen how these teams perform, and if they actually change up their strategy, they change up their game, maybe be a little bit more aggressive here in the upcoming rounds that we have today, maxing out their kill points in probably around 3 to 4 rounds every time, then maybe getting 2 first place victories here in this match, they could probably catch up to Elite Iho and probably win the whole thing. Nikki.
Let's see what's gonna happen later on. But moving back to the scoreboards, we can really, it's very evident how it has been really redundant of me to say consistency, because looking at the scores that were done in the bagged by Elite Iho, they weren't able to actually play well on just one match. That's specifically on match number 2. Comparing on other teams with the other teams, there are teams who did not perform well for like 2 or 3 rounds, and it really cost them a lot. So I think with that, with this kind of insight and status, we're actually given the idea that if Elite Eho keeps on playing at this kind of pace, they would definitely be the victors of our tournament. But there are also teams who strategize on not really giving their all during the first game and actually just racking up all points for the second day. So let's see if there's gonna be a team who would do such kind of strategy.
Yes, as we are getting ready for our first match right now. But before we actually proceed to our first match, we need to take a quick little break to actually, get things ready for our first game. So sit back, relax, and just stay tuned. And we are back here, the Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Winter Invitational. Once again, we are your casters. My name is James, together with Nikki. And, round number one hasn't started just yet because some of our players encountered some technical difficulties. So we want our players to play their best. So that's why we needed to wait a few minutes for them to actually get back into the game and fix their technical issues right there, Nikki.
Yes, but rest assured that we will proceed after that technical difficulties and to show you guys the matchup for today. Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Winter Stage Invitational Grand Finals Day number 2, all at Gili Island. We have 6 matches, and our first match will start in a bit. And talking about that, without further ado, let's go to Gili Island. This is our first match for today. And James, once again, our teams already has they've already fought here yesterday for 6 matches. They already have their current standing and scores. Somehow, it's a good thing knowing where you sit in our tournament because you will get an idea how many points you need to score per match. On the other hand, for those who aren't in the top 5, it gives a lot of pressure in order for them how to catch up for those teams who are already at top 5.
Yes, and right now we are seeing different strategies coming from our teams, but we see teams just land on the same spot here in our day two of the grand finals. As
Mhm.
what we see here, PFN Colossians not really landing at their usual spot there in
Mhm.
Scroll Depot.
Squirrel Depot.
They landed here in logging camps, but still we have Team Bitter landing in Bitter Lake. Santino landing at Windcliff, of course, that is their area. Tyrant will land at Rust Bay right now, along with Just for Fun landing there at the houses in Rust Bay. Nobody landed in Squirrel Depot. Maybe
Mhm.
Just for Fun and PFN Colossians, they had a skirmish. They had a rivalry going on yesterday. And both of them just changed their spots
Yeah.
entirely coming into this game, coming into this round. So I'm not really sure what they are planning. They might encounter each other yet again. But we'll see what will happen here in the day on the seventh round of our grand finals, day two. First round here in our day two of the grand finals, Nikki.
Exactly, it's quite a chase for PF and Colossians, and just for fun, it always has been these two teams who keep on running onto one another at Squirrel Depot, and now one team managed to change their route, the other changed their route as well. And looking at the circle here, 20% of it will fall onto the water side of our Gili Island guys here. Seeing someone that's gonna be sadistic for us, I guess, and sadistic, that will be the last of him. 2 kills already here for PFN Colossians, and this is the early game. We've seen how Klaes clutched that game without even having helmet or other resources needed in order to survive our last year at Gili Island. And I think once they've looted that one, they will move to another area approaching where this is the original drop of logging camps. I think they weren't able to loot every house here, but it shows a sign of looting as the doors has already been opened. So that's a really early elimination given to us by PF Colossians.
Yes, usually here in this area, what we saw yesterday was just or rather for us usually land at this area, but they land in different spots in the map. PFL Colossians, I think they re-strategize right now. They do want to give it their best, although they are currently placed somewhere in the rankings, as I am going to double check that right now where they stand. They are placed ninth currently at the scoreboard, with 41 points to their team. So maybe this is going to be their time to re-strategize, and maybe because of the adjustments that they make here in this game, they can actually take this fight to a whole new level. They could last until late game and probably win a whole match right there. But we see here, just for fun, trying to deal with Tyrant, who is just here at Rust Bay area. So just for fun, actually making their mark here in this match. And we've seen just for fun eliminate Elite as well.
Yes,
They can
sadly.
actually catch a team off guard, and that was round number 2 of the grand finals earlier. But right now we are seeing a different skirmish right here. This is Mao RSB, one of the top in terms of score right now in the scoreboard. They are going to deal
Top
with
two.
better. Shift will get taken down here as Mao is just going to try and continue their onslaught against their opponents.
Yes, they didn't even loot that. Cake just went out and gonna look for the remaining members of Bitter. They're doing this fast. They wanna kill this team. They wanna eliminate Bitter as fast as they can. They did not even loot the remains of Shift. They're now pushing towards, I guess, where Crazy is at. Two members from Mao RSP is already there for the forward push. Already used their healer for the boost. Someone is flanking from the left and right going into this blue house, and I think this will not look good for Crazy as King already predicted where he's gonna go, and that is a fast kill coming from Mao. XRSB, they're not yet done as I see Cake here still surveillancing this whole area of Bitter. It's so easy to predict where Bitter will be landing as they've been always dropping off at this area. So,
Yes.
like what you said, even though for going back to just for fun, even though they were able to eliminate Elite last time or yesterday, somehow they weren't able to do it right now. So hopefully they'll be able to do so. On the other hand, we are seeing a lot of off-time kills here coming from just for fun once again in the Tyrant. That's gonna be an exchange between just for fun and Tyrant.
Ooh,
Tyrant is
just for
sitting
fun.
at probably top 4 or 3, I can't recall, but this is Weasel TC just having an angle here at the corner, but it will retaliate and fall into his face as he will go down from the back, coming from that player from Santino. This is gonna be a third party battle as Santino just barged in and went for the third
Yes.
party there.
Well, I think it wasn't really a third party, as it was two different skirmishes at
Oh,
two different locations. It was Tyrant and Just for Fun
just
back
for
there in
fun.
Respay.
And
And
PFN and Santino.
Santino and PFN got
Okay.
into a skirmish with one another right there. Although Santino earlier actually managed to pick one up from the opponents at that time. Um, actually, PFN Colossians really did a good job in trying to knock down someone from Santino, but Santino just got the upper hand in that situation and managed to pick off all the members of PFN Colossians at that time. But right now, we are seeing Juggernaut Desire here, all alone here in this small track right here, as he is going to ride the same vehicle where his opponent is at right now, and that's going to be Sentinel versus Juggernaut. And we know Sentinel, Nikki. Sentinel got 40 kills yesterday. 40 kills total. Total points for yesterday. So they actually had as much as Elite for yesterday's grand finals. But right now, they are still hungry for those kills. Of course, they want to go in and pick off members of Juggernaut right here, but Terror is just lurking behind them, and Zen then isn't actually that aware earlier, but will manage to pick one off from Terror right here as he is going to try and go for the next one, but he will get blown up by a member of Terror using that PP90 to finish him off, and that was a really quick work coming from Terror. And still, the battle is not yet over for Sentinel as they are going to deal with two opponents right here.
Yes, and now continuing on this kind of skirmish here at Mass Out Factory, we are seeing Zen for the push against someone. It's gonna be 2v1 though. They're jumping, but they will take that as an easy kill. But there's still someone from Terror out there, almost ready for this kind of skirmish. Even though they've already lost Oh, it's from a different team rather. So they're still complete. Terror Athena pushing against Seraph, someone from Terror, X Gate and the rest. Probably gonna circle and flank to the right there. Will Sentinel be able to hold their ground here and be able to answer the initiation that Terror will be doing to them?
Firecracker?
Firecrackers has been deployed there now. Exort moving towards the second floor, having a good angle, hoping that there'll be an opening for him to somehow take someone from Terror. On the other hand, a different skirmish. We've seen someone from Elite Trust will go down, but focusing on the skirmish here at Mass Out Factory, they're just being really mobile and on the other hand being really cautious and looking at every angle. If they can take a kill and like X Gate will eventually be downed. But there's an exchange there. If will go down Cowboy as well. Exort is down there. Stained 30% of life, trying to get a hold of his ground here. Taking down 2, finishing 2. And I think Sentinel will be able to get this skirmish.
Yes, and Sentinel already has 7 kills on the board because of that. Although they lost 2 members in the process, but gaining 7 points, 7 kills here, dealt with 2 teams here, eliminating the competition right now as we only have 30 players left in the game. It was really quick as we are seeing a battle between Mao RSB and Santino go off earlier. We saw something in the feed right there. But just for fun, I think here is going to battle Elite, who is in front of them. And back then in round number 2 of the grand finals, just for fun caught Elite off guard. And it was the round where Elite actually didn't score a lot. They only scored 2 points for that round. And just for fun, just eliminated them in the process. But Elite is a pretty consistent team here in the grand finals. They struggled back then in the semifinals because they were getting caught by a lot of teams as they were dealing with a lot of people back then. But right now we are going to see them play consistent here in the grand finals. Let's see if they can actually do it in round 7 as well. But Nikki, this is going to be a battle between 2 high caliber teams. This is Mao RSB and Santino PH right now. And Santino will knock people down from Mao, and they already have 5 kills on the board. And still not yet over. The battle is still ongoing. Mao is going to get knocked down. One more member of Santino will get knocked down as well. Kiapopo getting pummeled right there to the ground. And Orange is the only one left here for Santino. Mao RSB has 2 players jumping. Orange just waiting for the opportunity to strike. Mao RSB just finishing the players here, or the members, or the teammates of Orange rather, here in the fight.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Orange. He's gonna patch himself up. He will be using QBs. He will be able to do so. This is gonna be 3 players against 1. Actually, the shots are just connecting onto the vehicle. They got a really good cover right now. And if ever Orange will disengage, it will really not look good for him as he will not be able to have cover for his back. Like, look at that, how Mao is just throwing in, popping those shots, maybe using this vehicle now for the forward push. They will be using now the healer. And since they are a party of 3, it's easy. It's just so easy for them to split out and eventually defeat Orange, and that will be the end for Santino, unfortunately, for our game number 1 here for our second day of grand finals. Moving on to Elite Sneezy. Elite Iho, as we can see here, they haven't gotten any kills, but they're still securing their spot for the placement points for the final circle. But as we can see, just for fun, heavily guarding Elite Iho's compound. They are just adjacent to one another. And I think it's just a matter of time before these 2 teams clash one another apparently. However, if there will be other teams playing for this part of the circle as well, it won't look good if either of those teams if they'd be sandwiched. As for team number three, they decided to play outside of the circle, very very far. Observatory is definitely far from where we are playing right now, which is at the lower left side of a Gili Island, and we saw a glimpse of how our map is at right now. 25 players left in our match number
Mm-hmm.
one for the grand finals, and we're just waiting for these two teams to have an engagement, or for the circle to close and reveal another location.
Yes, and this is going to be hard as Roll for Asia will get their players eliminated right here, coming from four Valiant Men, and four Valiant Men has been pretty quiet right now. Usually we see them just rushing in on a lot of people, and like what you've mentioned earlier, Nikki, Elite right now is a complete team. They are just holding their spot right there in that specific location, but the pressure is on Elite right now because although they have a 21 point lead against the top two team, which is Mao right now, they do need to be careful and they need to get a lot of eliminations in order for them to max out their points. And the situation with Elite right now, the pressure is going to be on them. They have six more rounds to prove themselves here in the grand finals, and this is the seventh match of our finals. Seven out of 12 here. So we are checking out Elite Diablo, making sure there are no players right in front of them, right, completely in front of them. They are just going to hold those buildings in front. They know that they are inside that zone. They can get pushed from behind from the bridge area, but their spot is fairly safe right now. They are holding specific angles for each of their players. So that's why they can check each and every corner of the area. And Harumaini right now is the only one left for Roll for Asia. He only has two medkits and one first aid kit, as he won't be able to deal with Jerry, who actually pushed him in that small little shack right there. And is fake, has been fairly quiet here in this round. We might see them step up their game as they rotate inside that zone later on. But right now, they are playing a little bit safe. They are outside that zone and waiting for that next safe zone to close in before going in themselves and pick off their opponents one by one.
Yes, and going back to the thought that for Elite Iho, there's actually pressure for being the top one as
Mhm.
all eyes are on them, and they don't have anywhere else to go but to retain their spot or drop from their current spot, and they don't want to do that. That's why, which explains why they're actually playing it safe, especially they've already gathered an ample amount of scores, a really good deficit against the other teams. But unfortunately for Isfig, they're gonna have a trouble against another team. So it's just Benny and Vante. And we just lost sight of Jerry a while ago. We saw how he pushed that shack, the doghouse. But now they're nowhere to be found, and it's just Benny and Vante, and Mitcon will bid farewell as well. And I think they're just gonna disengage with that skirmish, as it's not gonna look good for them if they're gonna play two against a complete squad. Especially they want to place for the placement points. They wanna survive until probably the last circle for them to
Mhm.
really get a good points when it comes to placement points, because it won't really be that easy to rack up kill points if you're just a duo battling against a complete squad. Moving
Mhm.
back to these teams who are still here in this area, we can see that this area is already outside of the zone. We're seeing Carlos move and eventually using this almost exploded vehicle to go into the circle. I think this one building here, one is This one is not yet inside of it. I think they won't be playing just yet, but we're seeing a lot of loot crates. Hopefully they'll be able to loot some RPGs, if not MGLs or Og or Barrett. Let's see what's inside of the loot crate if they're gonna loot that. Still looking for a good spot here. Will he be able to go to the top of that building? For as we can see, he's actually eyeing on those loot crates. We need one more
Yes.
people like that to for him to jump and go here. That's what they do. But it's
Mhm.
kind of tricky, but it's really possible. There you
There
go.
you go.
And we're gonna see the inventory. Wow, level 3 body armor. So no notable what do you call this? Guns, but the armor level 3 is definitely a good loot. He's also still eyeing for that one, though he doesn't have a smoke grenade.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is a huge upgrade from his current armor, or his previous armor. But they might actually use that vehicle to get that crate, but that is going to be risky as there are teams just waiting for them to actually push out and maybe find a different spot here to deal with their opponents inside that zone. As we are left with 20 players still here in this round, they are going to get maybe different cars and vehicles to push in using those vehicles and get different angles across the whole entirety of the safe zone right here. But Elite Iho, you can see here sixes. He has an RPG behind his back. So I am pretty sure we are going to see an explosive action coming from Elite right here. They are going to wait for the perfect opportunity to strike. And right now they are playing it a little bit safe, not really pushing too much. They will rotate later on as that save zone closes in, but right now they are in a fairly nice spot, but they can get caught from two different angles here in this particular spot right here, because there's a position on top of that hill. There is also that spot where you can get rushed really really quickly because it is an open area that you can spot from afar.
There you have it. Another zone has been revealed, and it's just like 150 meters away from where Elite Diablo is at. Also quite near for just for fun. It's just a matter of moment before we reveal who amongst these two teams will rush and play for the circle, or who will wait here patiently for the other and just will try to. Oh, there you
Woo!
have it. For Valiant One just went in there with their vehicles. They did not even surveillance the area, and two members from four Valiant Men will already die in that kind of accident. But still, we're seeing two more players from Elite here joining in the battle as well. But Carlos, quite too late for the team to join in this kind of skirmish. They were caught off guard there, and they didn't even know that four Valiant Men was about to approach, because we could see that Diablo was really safeguarding the area against just for fun, and four Valiant Men just went in.
Yes, pretty bold move coming from four Valiant Men earlier. I think they weren't aware that there is a team just holding off
Yeah.
that particular spot. They just went in very very boldly, not
Mm-hmm.
really caring if they're gonna get blown up or something like that. But because Elite actually shot at that vehicle at the same time, it went down really, really quickly, and there wasn't enough time for other players to actually get out of that truck,
Mm-hmm.
and because of that, all of the whole squad of four valiant men got finished off, and that got Elite 3 kills on the board.
Yeah, so I don't know what just happened. Usually they will have one player to be scouting an area before that player calls that this area is clear. We can move here. We can camp here for a while. We can relocate here. But what they did is just they went there straight into that cottage without even having info. But is fake someone from is fake will be down. We've seen that in the kill feed, but still we're waiting for this to unfold for just for fun and Elite. And now Mao will be joining these two teams. We can see here A and B from Mao RSB throwing shots against the vehicles of Elite here, securing that this team has nowhere to go. But from the right side, we can see that there is also Just for Fun. This is going to be a three-way battle against Mao RSB, Just for Fun, and Elite Iho. And we're now down to only 15 players left. It's we are seeing how it's hard for Mao to eventually go into the circle and play for the circle, as these two teams has already been guarding the area, Just for Fun and Elite Iho, and they're now left with no choice but to be in the open because the canal is not included in our circle. We are seeing the drones being deployed here, trying to scout where the enemies and opponents are at, where they can position themselves once they go in and play for the circle. They're utilizing the drone very well here. Unfortunately, someone from Sentinel will be knocked out of the circle, meaning to say the circle's really not forgiving now. It's very much punishing them. Drone will be taken down. On the other hand, by Brothers, reviving one of his teammate here. Another drone is still flying out there. Finally, will be brought down. And we're down to still 13 players left in our game.
Yes, and the top two teams currently in the board are alive right here. It is Mao RSB and Elite. Mao already has 9 kills on the board, very near to capping out those maximum points for their team. But Elite is not that far behind because if they actually eliminate Just for Fun right here and successfully eliminate one more player or more players in the mix, as they will right there, they will have 8 kills on the board right now, or rather only 5 for Elite. And one of their members will get taken down. Two members of Elite still left in the game. Mao RSB will get finished off by Elite right here, as their kills will move up to 7. And
Wow.
they are the kings of the zone right here. No one is actually near them currently, and 6 players are left in the game. And there are 3 players left in their squad.
Yeah, so they're still looking out for those remaining three opponents from other teams playing probably outside of the circle. But like what James said, Elite has already how many kills? 7 from nothing. It just they keep on adding kills one after the other, and they're just securing the area. They're just securing. It's so evident that they are playing for the circle, and they're trying to gatekeep it from other players trying to go inside of it, and they're doing a great job in doing so. High risk, high reward, meaning to say, if you're inside of the circle, all eyes on you, all teams going inside of it, you definitely have to face them and eliminate them. But yeah, it's working for them, and they are carrying this kind of strategy from yesterday until today, which gives them a hefty amount of a balance of kill and placement points. We've seen
Mhm.
someone from BTW bid farewell in our game, so it's just two teams. That's gonna be Isfake and Sentinel, I believe. So
Mhm.
we're about to conclude this match. Three from Elite Iho, one from Isfake and one from Sentinel. Isfake here having 4 medkits, and these teams who were left in our circle right now are the teams playing for the top 5 spot of our grand finals for today, and they're actually doing it well despite having small or very low kill point for is fake. Managing to be part of the top 3 would definitely secure you at least 10 points. Because
Mhm.
top 3 will give you, for the placement, for each match, will give you 10 points. Because
Mhm.
we can see here Sentinel State still have a lot of, of medkit. As we know, Mass Out Factory really has a lot of loots. So he was able to get himself a hold of a lot of medkit. Even though Bantian has a lot of first aid kit here, comparing to 7 medkits, it would really not last long. So let's see if there's gonna be a change there. But again, doing the maths, if Bantian will be the first one to leave our game for the first match, he will be getting 10 placement points for his team. And for Sentinel, Stained will get 12 placement points for his team. That is the last of his med kit, of his first aid kit rather. Van Tien will be the
Mhm.
first one to be eliminated in our top 3. And there you have it, the farewell pose for Van Tien. And
Mhm.
now, we're just about to wait for 2 more medkits to exhaust, and it will be Stained to be joining Van Tien. But he does have 8 kills, so 12 plus 8 is going to be 20 points for our match number 1 for today. But actually, match number 7 for the grand finals. And this is it. Elite Iho is still our number 1 team, our victors. Starting off the
Mhm.
day, starting off our match very well, giving them a boost, giving them the momentum that they need. Elite Iho will be our victors for match number 1 for today.
Yes, and Elite Iho just being really, really consistent here in the grand finals. Further boosting up their scores here, the difference between the scores here from them and the other competitors here in the grand finals. And Mao RSB was almost there, but they got eliminated by Elite as they were dealing with another team earlier. And Mao RSB almost caught Elite off guard right there, but they weren't able to do so. But at the end of the day, it was Elite's game here in round number 1, and I gotta say it was a great battle for them.
Yes, a great battle. We will be showing you more great battles when we return, but for now, we will be showing you guys the highlights of match number 1. So don't go anywhere else because we will be back in a bit.
And we are back here, the Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Winter Invitational. Once again, we are your casters. My name is James, together with Nikki. And Nikki, earlier we had round number one, Elite Iho, just proving their dominance in that round. Although Mao RSB, the second placer back then when we finished our day one of the grand finals, got close enough to be at the top of that round. Elite Iho just played consistently and came out on top of round number seven of the grand finals.
Yes, and knowing that they've added a lot of points to their current standing, we will be showing you guys in quite a bit the updated scoreboards, and that is gonna be now. This is the half of our spectrum from ranks number 9 until the 15th. We can see Terror Pro Max with 6 points. We can see this is just for today, alright? This is just for today. It has not been added from the previous match. So again, to remind everyone, this is just for today. Row for Asia with 5 points, PFN Colossians with 4, Juggernaut with 2, Tyrant with 1, Bitter with 1, and for us with nothing. But that is just game number 1. We still have a lot of games to be played for today and a lot of chances for these teams to actually catch up. But one thing is for sure, for Elite Iho, they will be the first in our rankings here with 22 points, and just 2 points behind them we have Sentinel with 20. 1 point behind we have Mao X RSB with 19, and such a huge deficit between these two tied up teams. At 4th and 5th place we can see is Fake Main and Just for Fun. For 6 we can see for Valiant Men with 10 points. Santina PH at 7th spot with 9 points, tied up with Born to Win at 8th spot with 9 points as well.
Yes, and of course, we are just going to show you the scores for today's set of matches, and later after round number 6 later on, or round number 6 of the second day of the grand finals, we'll be showing you the added scores of both of the days for the grand finals. But this is in order for us to keep the suspense going here in our grand finals, because we don't want our viewers to actually our viewers should take a guess on who actually wins this tournament here in the grand finals, Nikki.
Yes, and it's easier that way and more transparent if we're gonna actually separate 2 days and 2 scorings as well. So it would be more black and white and transparent for everyone. So for now, let's focus our attention for match number 2. But I know and believe that these teams, they already have an idea, because they actually are guarding their current scores and the scores needed for the remaining matches. But comparing our matches for today from yesterday, we can see that there's definitely a difference, especially with how fast they started off the match. But for today's matchup, we can see here that for the grand finals 2, match 1, Elite Iho will take the victors for that. And for match number 2, we will be starting now. Let's go to Gili Island.
Yes, and right now we are still going to see the same landing spots for some of our teams, but we see a player of PFN Collusions landing there at their usual spot there in Scroll Depot all by himself. So I'm not really sure what the plan of PFN Collusions will be right now, as he is only going to be the only person that will land there in Squirrel Depot. Because last round, they didn't actually do well, as they got eliminated by Santino back then, as they landed in logging camps last round. But right now, this is going to be different for them. They are going to land in Wheat Town and Squirrel Depot. They are going to go against Born to Win. And the Just for Fun is going to land there at Rust Bay houses earlier, because last round, Nikki, they really did a good job. They successfully eliminated Tyrant. And we all know Tyrant is one of the top teams back day one of the grand finals. They came out, I think, a third place on day one of the grand finals. And right now, they are going to switch things up. Row for Asia is still going to land at Research Edifice. Although last round, they really got eliminated because they got pushed in very, very quickly. I think that was by Elite. as they rotated inside that zone. They lasted a bit longer there, but didn't actually survive until the late game. And we are going to see still our teams just loot up their specific spots. Just I think I only see PFN Collusion just changing up their landing spot right here, and most of the players are just going to land at their designated spot or their comfort spot here in this round.
James, may I just ask who team number five is? Because you can see here from Chemical Depot, there's one player from team number five, which is straight from his teammates at Lagging Camps. Apparently, probably because of technical difficulties, he just went straight there near team number seven. Anyway, I think this is the same circle, quite the same,
Yes,
where
this
it
is for us
landed.
though.
A row for
No, this is
hopefully
for us. For
for
us.
us, okay.
Yes.
Hopefully you'll be able to reunite or regroup with this other teammates at logging camps, but we're seeing an overlapping color between team 12 and that team, which is for us. We're watching
Mhm.
just for fun Luan here at this area. So they changed spot from Squirrel Depot. They change here at the top of Resume, wherein there's still another team always dropping here in this area. I think they're gonna have quite a divide of the loot that can be looted in Resume,
Mhm.
because that's gonna be Tyrant. For all the amongst all of the dropping zone, Rust Bay has really promising loots in terms of firepower, in terms of healing aids. I really like dropping off here at Rust Bay because there's a lot of to be found. Downside is that it's a hot drop. There's also other teams with the same objectives and goal. But you can see Luan here approaching Tyrant Ticons with the Fly Swatter switching to the SMG MP7 there. Probably will be having a bit of exchange and a skirmish here if they'll be scouted. Because they're just at the left side of Ticon's team, just looting this warehouse. They're having a hold of the rooftop here and just trying to maneuver themselves in this warehouse, but of course they have the advantage. This area for Tyrant is really a good advantage as the ammos are not passing through as compared to the warehouses. But Carlos has been spotted here crying, throwing in some shots against Carlos. Not connecting though, but still revealing where he is at right now. And this would be probably the earliest fight as the zone will be placing itself also in at the northern part of Rasbay.
Yes, and this is going to be a fight that Tyrant can actually take,
Ooh.
as that is going to be a nice knockdown coming from Crying. Now, just for fun, is kind of injured right now with one member of their squad down. And this is going to be hard for Just for Fun to pick him up because he is at the high ground. He will actually take some damage if he picks him up. But Tyrant right now wants to take down more members from Just for Fun, and this is going to be the revenge of Tyrant rather right here, because last round it was Just for Fun who came out on top in their battle. But right now, we are seeing Just for Fun getting pummeled by Tyrant right here as they are going to take and make those shots left and right. Luan still alive for Just for Fun, just making sure he actually dodges the bullets or make sure he isn't spotted by Crying, who is just holding an angle, waiting for Luan to actually pop up there in front of him. And Crying will reposition himself just for fun, will get down and eliminated from this fight. And Tyrant, successful in their revenge in this fight, overtaking the battle here in Rust Bay. And just for fun, really unfortunate for them this round. And they might actually re-strategize now next round, Nikki.
Yeah, that's gonna be a 1-4-3 exchange between Tyrant and just for fun. But unfortunately, for just for fun, they will be eliminated, giving 3 kills here for Tyrant, despite the fact that they lost Sad Boys in the process. We're watching Mao on the other hand in this area. And Echo Valley holding this compound, but there's also the bombing zone. And as we can see, it's just rush. It's just brush, and there you have it. Moko will be rejoining or joining in the battle as well. They are regrouping with one another. There's gonna be a 2-2 split here as two players, Yonker and company, will be at the left side, probably gonna flank. If ever there's gonna be an advancement against four valiant men, but of course, Terror X Gate will be knocked down, so that's a different skirmish. Now, Moku will be using the drone here for an aerial view, just giving us an idea, or his team an idea. And there you go, Cake will be spotted, Alpha as well. They will be spotted now that they are now disengaging. And this is the proper time for XP Moku to actually go after them, but Rush will be down in the process. While Moko was using the drone, they were able to get XP company down as well, Brush as well, and that was the push from Mao XRSB here. Another one that's gonna be Cake here with the SMG. And going in and out of the vehicle, trying to have a 2v1 situation here. It's not connecting though. Even though he was able to down someone, the damage style is still not yet enough. Brush had been away from his teammates, very low on health here, 20%. You will be using the healer gun in the process and probably gonna disengage in this kind of battle. So I think Cake will not let Brush out, will not let that one out, but we are still seeing Santino PH from the horizon. Probably heard the gunshots in this area. Some members of Mao XRSB is very low in health, and this is the call for Santino to join in the battle as well. We can see Kiapopo's vehicle almost gonna go down there, and Mao Cake, really guarding this area, was able to damage the vehicle of Santino.
Yes, and this is not really going to be a pretty fight for Mao RSB right here, as they are going to deal with the two teams right here. Earlier, they dealt with a different team right here. I think that was four Valiant Men just holding Echo Valley. It is their comfort spot here, landing here in Echo Valley, and they successfully took down the ones guarding here in Echo Valley. Right now, they are going to battle it out with Santino if Santino actually decides to push in on Mao RSB right here. And what we saw earlier, Nikki, was all four Valiant Men used that drone to actually scout Mao RSB. Mao RSB used those vehicles to maybe fake their fake four Valiant Men into thinking that they already disengaged from the fight, and they left one member there in that building just hiding, waiting for four Valiant Men to push. And because one of their members pushed, he got that knock and got that finish. And in turn, they got the advantage in terms of numbers and finished off for Valiant Men right there. But you know, we are going to see the battle between Mao RSB and Santino. Mao RSB left with only one member left in their squad, as he is going to try and maybe clutch this out for his team. Santino PH will get finished. No, actually, that was Santino PH coming out on top, eliminating Mao RSB from the battle. And it was a really nice push coming from Santino. No, actually, Santino only used there was only one player from Santino pushing, and it actually baited the whole team of Mao into going into Santino's spot.
Yes, but yeah, like what you said, they don't have any choice because they had previously a skirmish with four valiant men. Even though they were able to win that skirmish, they're low on health, and knowing that there is another team joining in the battle as well, which is Santino, it kind of gave them a bit of surprise that they have to answer back the initiation coming from Santino PH. So they just went in the open. They got kited and lured by Santino. Like what you said, they got baited. And it's just not a good call for Mao. probably the best call was to remain in the buildings and not to actually engage with Santino, because that's what Santino really wants for this team, for Mau XRSB to go out and fight in the open, knowing that they're low on health. So kind of bad call. Some mistakes were done, but it's a call that should be well executed. Unfortunately, it was not. So hopefully on our next match they will learn from this kind of experience. But fortunately enough for Santino PH, they were able to join in the battle, kahit that remaining team which is still low on HP, low on resources, and eventually winning it. Actually, the advantage is on their side. And with that kind of winning an engagement there, probably will have a boost for Santino to boost their momentum and their morale, their confidence to take and wipe a team. Hopefully, they'll be able to capitalize on that and continue strong on our remaining matches. And now, this is how our map looks like. There's a lot of loot crates on the right side, but as we can observe, there's no teams actually playing at the right side of Gili Island. And there are also teams that are still outside, probably gonna loot for medkits and play the medkit strategy, as they don't want to risk losing for the being eliminated and losing the chance to have placement points, because it actually works. It kept on working on our previous matches, and they're gonna make it work on our match number 2 for today. There are just a few teams playing already inside of the circle, like team 6, 10, 5, 2, and 12. And looking at how big the circle is, it's still quite big for those few teams to be playing inside of the circle, like probably 5 or 6 teams, but just 1 or 2 players each. It's definitely a big circle for these teams. So I think this is gonna be a bit of a downtime, and we're just waiting for another circle to eventually reveal itself and become smaller to force our teams to eliminate one another. And we are now watching
Ooh.
PFN. Per Per is well known for clutching and rushing, and there you have it. The circle is at the middlemost part of Gili Island. This is very interesting because it will be divided by a river there. So whoever is at the right side and at the left side will be divided by this river from hailing from Rust Bay going towards the Bitter Lake.
Yes, and the zone really did work in Bitter's
Mhm.
favor right there, because we all know where Bitter lands all the time. Not really most of the time, but all the time they land here in Bear Lake. They have this is really their comfort spot. Maybe, they want to change it up sometimes and change their names to probably Echo or something like if they would land in Echo Valley. But Bitter Lake is a hot drop, but they are the only ones bold enough to actually go in and loot that middle area here in Gili Island. But you can see here PFN Colossians Bash. No kills as of yet for their squad, because they played separately when they landed earlier here in our round number 2. Only one player of PFN Colossians actually went to Squirrel Depot. I'm pretty sure he looted a lot of medkits right there. But right now, one of members or Bash got taken down by his fake Metcon using that drone to actually knock him down. And the PFN Colossians will be there to actually pick him up. Bash will not retire early from this fight, but is fake. This is going to be their signal to actually push in and eliminate their opponents. No, I take that back. Bash has been
Bash.
eliminated from the fight right there, and the PFN Colossians are going to get pinched here by 4 members of Is Fake. They want to go in. They want to get more kills because they do want to proceed to the top 5 of the grand finals right here. They want to make it, and they are hungry for points here in our grand finals.
Definitely giving one kill now for is fake. They got a hold of Bash, but I think they will not push through. PFN Colossians will not push through, as placement points still matters to them. They might have lost a member, but still has a chance to be playing for the final circle, and still has a chance to be taking some placement points if ever we reach until the last circle. We're now left with Still 33 players. It's still a lot for this kind of circle. And once again, we're still waiting for another circle to reveal itself, to become even smaller. But for Roll for Asia, it's just three of them playing, and having someone guarding this area, which is Sentinel, and we do know that Sentinel is a team to look out for, as they were able to fight strongly in every skirmish. So if ever there's gonna be a battle between Sentinel and Row for Asia, it would definitely look interesting, as both of these teams are currently holding building at this particular compound
Mhm.
outside of the circle. So whoever goes out first will definitely get tagged and scouted by the other, because this area is outside of the circle. We still have I can't see how many seconds or minutes are left before the circle close in, but I think they're gonna just wait for it and probably go out once the circle close in. But
Yes.
it's not really, I mean, will they go out or will they engage in? So that's the question.
Well, right now, looking at the zone, they might just hold this location. But Sentinel, on the other hand, like what you mentioned earlier, Sentinel has been pretty consistent here in this
Who
day two of the grand finals. As Roll for Asia will actually get knocked down and finished off by that drone from Sentinel. And Sentinel, they are the second placers in the scoreboard right now because of the amount of kills they can actually make here in the grand finals. And day two is going to be their this might be their day. They are looking pretty hyped up. They want to go in and get those eliminations, as they are going to get 7 kills on the board right now. They are a full squad, and they might just overtake Elite Eho here in round number two if they play really, really consistently in this round.
but Elite EO also having a skirmish with Sadistics team. We've seen that off-cam knockdown coming from Elite EO. And yeah, knowing that they already have like seven kills and still a complete squad, that is really something to look forward to, reaching the final game. Trust here just throwing some shots against the vehicles of their enemy. Just securing that for us, won't go anywhere else but in this area, as they are preparing for a flank here coming from the canals. And like what you said, Sentinel, they actually use a drone, and looking at it, the killer drone just like used 2 shots to knock down and kill Roll for Asia. They got quite surprised with the drone there. They weren't able to spot it advancedly. Ticons, on the other hand, here they lost Sad Boys. We were able to see that skirmish a while ago. 3 kills onto their bags. Um, Drones will be knocked down here. It's taking heavy damage, but is also dealing damage against Ticos as well. And that's gonna be the signal for this team to advance against Tyrant here. They're gonna go and look for cover, but they don't have any time to patch up, and they're just gonna throw in some shots against Orange. Orange will go down. Ticos will go down as well. Nayon for the revive, for the rescue, and I think they got knocked down 2, 3, 6 kills already for Santino PH. They committed, and they committed really fast. It's just Orange out there, and I think Nayon won't be able to save. Will he be able to save? Okay, so Orange has been saved and revived.
Yeah, and Santino already has 7 kills onto their name right now. They are really looking pretty good right here in round number two. Back then in round number one, they got eliminated back in the mid game. Right now, PFN Colossians is going to be there as well, just eliminating players from Bitter, and Elite will actually join in on their fight, as Is Fake is going to maybe just camp that building out. as we are going to see a battle between Elite and the Bitter and PFN Colossians. And I gotta comment how Elite actually picks their fight. They are playing pretty consistent here, not really taking the fights, those fights that they are not sure that they can win. And they were just holding this canal area earlier. And because they held it perfectly right there, they waited for the opportunity. They waited for PFN Colossians into actually getting into a fight against Bitter. But right now, they are going to deal it out with Santino PH right in front of them. And it is going to be
Ah,
hard for Elite as they are going to be quick here. They are going to get knocked down and almost finish off as a
really?
Juggernaut here in the field. They will get finished off. Trust is going to just hide and make sure his teammates doesn't get eliminated. We can see one member of Santino just trying to pick off the flanks here of
Oh,
Elite. Trust is now getting tagged and heavily damaged here from Santino. And the Elite already lost one member. Santino just taking down the members of Elite one by
oh.
one. Santino Pride is going to be there. Elite lost two members in the process. Sixes and Trusses are the only ones left here for Elite as he will try and shoot down Nion. Nion is now tagged. Truss will get knocked down. Orange is going to be there and go in for that finish as Santino will get 11 kills to their name with a full squad, and they are holding this zone.
And not to mention, they've eliminated the top one victors of our overall rankings. That is Elite Iho. A really strong team to go against, but we definitely can see the focus, the commitment, dedication that Santino PH is actually doing. It's not an easy fight, but they committed to it and they were able to win that fight, giving themselves 11 kills in the process. But wait a moment here, as Sentinel throwing in some shots, as Benny will go down there. Again, is fake is also a team to look out for, but to eliminate that one is also something coming from Sentinel. They now got 8 kills to their name here, but still Santino holding strongly that canal. But it won't look good if there are teams with RPGs, MGLs, or other deployables to actually fry them up in that canal, because that is a disadvantage. It does have a really strong cover, but from aerial shots and of course throwables and explosives, it's actually not good for a spot there. But let's see if they can hold on to that, as the circle is going to be really small. And for Sentinel then, he is actually outside of the circle. And I think he's just gonna emerge and go in of it once the circle is about to close in. Very sneaky move coming from Den here, using the reach as a cover. He still has he has levels 3 of everything, but he only has one medkit. And for his guns, he has secondary gun and primary gun, which is AWM and PP19 for his switching.
Mhm.
We are now left with 10 players, and it's just a matter of moments before we conclude our match number 2. We're seeing Kiapopo and the rest of Santino overtaking Elite Iho's spot here, but it's not inside of the circle, so they need to relocate and reposition themselves, but still being really careful with all the angles. As we can see, he's jumping and looking at all the angles, looking at securing the team's safety, that there are no other teams or players that are into this very open area, and we can see here how he is very much cautious with the drone there, deploying it, just looking at every angle. If there's someone left still lurking near them, then will be spotted in the process. So giving Pride here an intel that there's someone out there in that very haystack. We can go after it. It's just one coming from a team. We can definitely have a flank here from the right, and from the left it's gonna be 2v1 throwing in the shots, and even the deployables, will it connect towards then with the healer gun? It is actually connecting, and that is a fast kill coming from Pride. We were able to see how he utilized the drone and the call for a forward push.
Yes, and it was Santino Nayon who actually got that elimination for his team. And right now, Santino is up to 13 kills, but we do have a maximum kill cap of 11 kill points per round. And they are now the kings here of the zone. There is no one beside them currently, as we are going to see players outside of that zone getting eliminated one by one. And I think that was Bitter getting eliminated by a player of Zentil. I think that was Stained who actually eliminated a member of Bitter right there. And I'm not really sure where their opponents are at right now. We might be seeing a Santino game right here, as we said earlier, Nikki. Santino has been playing pretty quietly in the day one of the grand finals. But right
Mhm.
now, when round two of the grand finals here in day number two actually started, they landed in the same area, but they played pretty aggressively this time around. They managed to take down their opponents left and right. They picked off what he calls Mao RSB, the top two team in the scoreboard. The top two team in the scoreboard and back in day one. But right now we are going to see a battle between Santino and Isfake right there. But Jerry will get eliminated really quickly because Santino has the advantage in terms of numbers. But like what I was saying earlier, Nikki, Santino played a really different game this round number two, just eliminating their opponents left and right, making sure they have the upper hand in every situation, like what they did earlier with Mao RSB. They baited Mao RSB into pushing into their area. That's
Yeah.
why they got the upper hand and eliminated their whole squad.
Mao RXP could have just holded that compound to themselves and patch first, but they chose to actually be kited and lured where where Santino PH is at, to where it is more advantageous for Santino PH, and hopefully they'll be able to carry out the strategies that they were able to employ in our match number two. Again, definitely when it comes to strategy, composition, and consistency, we've mentioned that it's definitely Elite Eho, but if you want to see a different story from, underdogs emerging to the top, it's definitely gonna be the crowd's favorite, which is Santino PH. Now showing this kind of performance for our match number two will definitely boost the morale, especially of the fans of Santino PH. They really have a huge fan base. So I'm really sure that the fans right now are really happy for their idols, for the team. Now we're left with five players. Stain still has three medkits, and we're just waiting for it to exhaust. And then finally, declaring the victors of our game, our match number two here with 14 kills. Santino PH still a complete squad, and it's just up to the last remaining med kits of Sentinel Stained, and we can now declare our victors, which is Santino PH. Congratulations, good game well played. But of course, Sentinel still has like 9 kills, so it's not bad. 9 kills plus 12 placement points is definitely not bad. But for Santino PH, they will be capping 26 points for match number 2.
Yes, and that will really boost their scores up to the top, probably overtaking Elite Eho right now here in the day two of the grand finals. But our scores will get added later on after round number six. After the day one and day two of the grand finals, the scores will be added up all together. And I gotta commend Santino. They were really focused on their goal. They were focused on their goal. They made sure to actually attack the opponents that they felt that they have the advantage in that current situation, and they used different strategies to actually deal with their opponents back in round number two. And then because of that, their adjustment there in that round, they won that specific round, and I'm looking forward to see their performance in the upcoming rounds here in this day two of the grand finals, Nikki.
Yes, I'm also looking forward to that. So when we return, we will be giving you guys the updated scoreboard for our match number ones and two when we return. So don't go anywhere else. We will be back. Invitational Grand Finals Day 2. We're still your shoutcasters. My name is Nikki. Alongside with me is my beautiful co-caster, Vernice. Hi, Vernice.
Hi, Nikki. You're even more beautiful as always. Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction. Anyways, the past two games were very interesting. It really hyped me up, and I'm so excited to see more of the action here at the grand finals of RoS Survival. I am really curious on what's going to happen to Elite, to our top clans as well as Mao XRSV. And I keep seeing Santino just pulling every trick that they have to be able to get those points.
Exactly. And once they commit, they're definitely focused on to committing and finally winning every skirmishes that they are actually initiating. But like what you said, I'm also interested with the updated scoreboard. Will there be a different top one spot for day number 2? Will there be another team overtaking our top one spot? Let's find out now. For the top 9, we can see here four Valiant Men with 11 points. It's a triple tie between or together with Born to Win at 10th place and Roll for Asia at 11th place. We can see Juggernaut at 12th place with 9 points. Same with Bitter, 13th spot with 9 points as well. For Terror, they have 7 points, sitting at 14th spot. And finally, for us at 15th place with 4 points in total. So now, our teams has a better understanding of where they are sitting right now, Bernice.
Oh my goodness, and here we have the upper half of our teams. Sentinel, getting onto the top spot. Santino catching up to them, only 6 points behind with 35 points. Elite Iho with 33. Mao XRSB on the fourth with 25 is Fake Main, followed by Tyrant, Just for Fun, and PFN Colossians with 12 points.
Yes, and look at that. Sentinel, match number 1, they have 20 points. Match number 2, they have 21. And if they continue racking 20 plus points per round, that's gonna be really good for Sentinel. Apparently, for Elite Iho, last match, they were like eliminated mid a game. So hopefully they'll be able to stay with their gameplay, which is to be playing inside of the safe zone and actually pushing towards the last zone and eventually gatekeeping it from others that are trying to go inside of it.
As like you pointed out, Nikki, Sentinel was very consistent, getting more than 20 points each game so far. And if they keep that up, when all the scores are finally combined, that's going to be huge for them. And we see Santino slow but steady, finally gaining their momentum and making a name for themselves, even though they already are one of the teams that people are looking out for.
Yes,
but
Santino PH definitely is the crowd's favorite. We keep on seeing their team name on the comment section actually.
Yeah, I know there's probably a lot of supporters for Santino. I think I saw them the last, top clans, rules of survival for summer. But here we have our schedule for today. We are heading into game number 3 in just a bit because it's gonna start at 14:40 GMT. That we're a little bit late actually because we had a bit of a technical difficulty earlier on. But here we have game number 3. Our rainbow colors of our teams are finally flying off onto Gili Island, and here we go. I'm so excited.
I'm excited as well as we see the teams heading for their usual spot. But will there be another team heading towards the spot of the other? We'll find out now on our match number 3 for our grand finals, day 2. This is the last half of the 6 matches for today. This is the third match. And as we draw near to our conclusion, we're left with less chances of getting more points. Not giving pressure to the players, but of course, it only means that they have to perform well for every round starting now in
Mm.
order for them to catch up. And we're seeing that there's just one player coming from PFN Colossians looting Squirrel Depot all to himself. He is quite secure there. On the
Ooh.
other hand, for Team 13, one player from them will be near Team 1 here. And again, for Team
Oh,
14 and 8,
the Team
these
13
are,
player is near 7
yeah,
now. Oh no.
their colors overlap actually. And that is gonna be Sadistic here. We are watching Elite 6. Just shots against Sadistic, and Sadistic will finally go down there. It was a fast kill coming from Elite. You don't want to be that player
No
being away.
mercy. Oh
No
my
mercy for
goodness.
Elite. They definitely want to reclaim the top one spot in our rankings. But that is the earliest elimination we have for our matches for today. Unfortunately for Sadistic, he will be the first one to go down in our match number 3.
That I'm my breath was taken away, but on how, no mercy on Six's side there. But getting 1 point for the team is always welcome. It's always wanted, getting more points, because Elite Eho right now is one of, at least, the most looked out for team that we have, because they did place first yesterday. And it's going to be tricky for the other teams now on how they're gonna try and catch up, if they really want to get the grand, prize in getting the first place for, and bragging rights for the Rules of Survival tournament for today.
Yes, and it really puts a lot of pressure, but knowing that these teams, they are used to playing this. On the other hand, someone from Row for
Mhm.
Asia, I think, will be eliminating Per from PFN Colossians. And as we can see a while ago, as the map was flashed here on the screen, PFN Colossians were at Squirrel Depot. So probably the skirmish was held at Squirrel Depot. We're now
Mm.
left with 56 players. It's quite, even though we had an early elimination, still quite a slow paced game
Mm.
compared to our semifinals where we've seen that the players are really proving themselves that they want to be part of the grand finals to keep on killing one another. But here we can see that this player is being very sneaky, lurking at the corner. But Tyrant crying here, throwing in some shots against J4F Brothers, throwing in that nade. Will it connect? But he still have a cover, some sort of cover here, going down to the first floor of this warehouse of Russ Bay, crying, will be switching to his vector. I wonder where the rest of his teammates are at, because it's just crying against two members of Just for Fun here. This is another skirmish between these two teams. They've been battling here at Bay early on our match number 2, from our day number 2, from match number 1 until now. They keep on having an engagement. So
Mm.
it has always been the first round. I think it was J4F who took them down, but for the second
Mhm.
round, Tyrant was able to eliminate Just for Fun during their skirmish. So for the third match of redemption, let's see who will take down whom, as both of these teams are still a complete squad.
Well, both teams are being very careful. I mean, Tyrant crying is not alone necessarily per se, because his teammates are also on the lookout. But now I think Just for Fun choosing to disengage or maybe get some distance, because they don't have any pinpoint on the enemies that they have. But it was a very smart decision, as now Tyrant crying as actually going to be taken down by Chocho right there. Gonna be a full kill as well. And now we have another skirmish on the other side of the map. We have here for us and Born to Win Danzo with a kill here. You know, getting some points even though he's alone for his team. But now
Yeah, it's
his
just duo.
action is not done yet as he tags Hope heavily over there as Berserker is coming into the fray right here. Danzo going to be in big trouble right now because this is a 3v1 situation. He's gonna try to clutch things up. Won't be able to do so because he's just outnumbered.
Yes, and like what you said, playing solo for against a squad because Sadistic has been the first one to be eliminated in our match for today, for your third match. It's just so hard for him to survive,
Yeah.
and even eliminating other people. Yeah, it's as if your fate has been already concluded. But let's
Yeah.
go back here to Tyrant, as one of their members has already been eliminated. Is gonna be crying for them. It's gonna be 3v4 battle here at Raspberry once again. They have their SMG. They've switched to their SMG now. Brothers will be pushing, probably here in the entrance.
Ooh.
They're both jumping, throwing in some
Ooh.
shots, jump shotting. It will connect, though. Brothers will go down, but Ticos will go down in the process. Sad boy, where are the rest of Tyrants? As just for fun, will be able to revive their teammate and finally kill that person. And they already
Manual.
have 2 kills to themselves. On the other hand, Zentinel staying here throwing in shots against Mao RSB. These two teams are very, very strong. So seeing a skirmish between these two teams is gonna be an interesting battle, as Den and Exort will be flanking to the right side, occupying that cottage, that pink house there, while the Mao RSB people is at the blue house. We know that it has a bit of advantage when it comes to the rooftop, but then we'll be employing here a cute drone. It's like a bat?
I think it's like a Halloween theme
Pumpkin?
skin,
Oh.
but that is so cute. But yeah, look at that car skin right there. You know, flexing that Top Clans 2021 skin. But we
Mhm.
do have a bit of a stalemate, right, Nikki? They're just not engaging right now.
Yes. And but still then will be flexing his RPG if ever.
I saw a
Mao
drone. I saw a drone.
will make a wrong move here, then is ready to take on these teams. These players from Mao XRXB throwing in that RPG for 3. It will connect against Axel there. And it's just so easy for them to knock down. And Stain will be flanking with that forward push. Mao Axel will be down. Once again, Stain will be down as well. Throwing in some shots coming from the RPG and PP19. Finally, they will knock it and kill those players from Mao RC. But Stain will be dead in the process. But it's just one kill for now. They're just they've only just down those people, and now they were able to wipe. So 4 kills by the RPG, and push coming from Zentinel, losing Stain, but it's a 1-for-3 exchange.
That was well done by Sentinel. I mean, it's unfortunate they lost a member, but you know, using that RPG as an initiator for the battle, after they got the knockdown, they all, I mean, Stain pushed in, you know, sadly was knocked down in the process, but his other teammates were quick to the action and just avenging him right then and there, you know, securing those 4 kills immediately. But now we do have, just for fun, driving towards the safe zone. But yeah, they
Yes.
do. I think they might be looking for the last member of Pyra.
Yes, probably. But while the zone is a bit small,
Ooh,
only 2 players are playing inside of PFN. Lai is here having an engagement against someone. He's being tagged very heavily. He's now down. And that's gonna be Elite. Elite will be eliminating PFN Colossians. That is Diablo. And now we're watching 6 here. They already have 3 kills to themselves. Trust, on the other hand, still surveillancing the area, probably looking for the remaining members from PFN Colossians. But I think this is the time for them to actually leave the battle behind and look for another safe spot to loot, and before they go in. So they somehow change their strategy from eventually going in the circle, gatekeeping it from other people. They changed it to actually playing outside of it and eliminating players who are still out of the circle. We can see there someone from Elite, that's gonna be six. On the other hand, this is Santino throwing in some shots against another player that's gonna be from BTW, Born to Win. This is Santino against Born to Win. But
Berserker?
someone's already down. Berserker's already down here on the first floor for the finisher. Lion will go down as well from the hands of Kiapapa will help Berserker to finish that one. Orange here throwing in some shots against someone. That's going to be 2v1. But one player from Santino will go down as well, but will be revived. 3, 4, probably 2 members of Born to Win, or were they able to eliminate so? Because I so hope from Born to Win also knocked down.
Yeah. I don't think that was a wipe, right? I think there were
Just 2
still
kills.
more players, but we
Yeah.
don't see them anywhere. They might have just disengaged.
Probably because they only have like 2 kills from that skirmish. But still, a kill is a kill. And what's important is that Santino is still a complete squad.
Yes, and gaining 2 points in the process. Very well done there by Santino. After one of them initiated, everyone followed. Now I think they're trying to locate the last remaining members of Born to Win, but to no avail because, Born to Win very fast on escaping that. We
Yes.
didn't even notice that they escaped anymore.
But who got caught in that skirmish was Hope and Berserker. So I think they still have Cyberpunk and one more player from BTW. So let's just move on from that. We're still spectating Santino, our previously concluded victors for match number 2. They do got 2 kills from that skirmish. Pride and the rest, they have different set of vehicles, still trying to have info of whatever place that they will go for now, rotate, and we probably go near the circle and loot for some crates. I think they have all the options that they need. They're very confident with roaming around the area, having their vehicles revealed by other players. But yeah, knowing that it's just 42 players left, I think most of the 42 players are already playing inside of the circle.
It's going to be interesting because we haven't really seen, back to back, like even like third party teams or fourth parties. We've seen teams battle it out, but that's always just been it. So I feel like that's why this is more slow paced because everyone's being careful as well. But I think towards the end game, Nikki, that's where the true action is gonna happen as we're gonna see all of these teams, collide inside the next safe zone. And also I think right now they're probably just waiting for the zone to start closing as, it's gonna reset in like a minute and 40 seconds.
Yes, and like these teams who doesn't even have any kills for now, they remain to be just surviving until the last circle. Be prepared enough to approach the last circle and come face an engagement, be able to win that kind of engagement. So that's what Bitter has always been doing. They're not that mobile as compared to other teams who keep on moving from one place to another. Bitter has always been staying in Bitter Lake, and they're very slow in when it comes to repositioning themselves. Now we're watching them trying to move towards Echo Valley, but there are teams who are already playing inside of the circle. There's also a team behind them, which is Team 4. We're seeing colors collide like Team 6 and 11, but Claes, I think that's gonna be Claes who will be, what's that? Claes who will be, Scarlet! Scarlet will be eliminated now. In our game, Mavis 2, Harumaini will be the last one together with one more player from RoS Asia. RoS Asia, it has always been hard for them to survive as other teams is always keeping an eye against RoS Asia.
And also, they're always outnumbered in some skirmishes, even though like yesterday during our, I think our last game or our fifth game, Rules for Asia did actually pretty well. They faced a Bitter in Bitter Lake, even though there was only two members. So, we know that Rules for Asia has the abilities, has the aim and the talent to eliminate people. It's just like they're getting caught off guard pretty uh often.
Yeah.
And now we have just for fun, just taking their time, rotating, looking for a spot, I believe, to safe safeguard, or like just camp in, because yeah, no action so far, but we're probably gonna see the action anytime soon because people are starting to go inside the zone. Also, I want to point out, when we saw the map a while ago, there was already people outside the safe zone, starting to be insurance players or be, medkit strategists.
Yes, they keep on also doing that, so because it really matters. Placement points really matters in our match, especially this is the grand finals. You wanna get scores from every way possible, be it medkit strat or killing
Oh my
straightforward
goodness.
one another. There's
Hermione!
someone out there. It's still not yet done for Hermione
Hermione!
as Sneezy and the rest of Elite. Trying
Oh
to
my goodness! Oh
know where he
no!
is at now.
Don't
He's throwing in
know!
some shots. He wanna try and get Sneezy, but it's just so hard. Especially
Also,
for a team like Elite Iho, our top
mhm.
one on our yesterday.
Also
Right?
because like
So it's just so
I
hard
think
for Hermione.
Hermione was half health already,
Hmm.
and he didn't have anything to heal with.
Yeah, took the chance, especially for now. Six is also taking this chance, killing crazy in the process. Someone has been knocked down off the safe zone, going in for the push here outside. What a shot coming
Ooh.
from Trust there, and eventually healing or reviving his teammate. And I think there's still one more player trying to join in the battle, but let's see if they'll be able to revive his teammate. Now we're moving on to another team that's gonna be Santino and probably is fake.
I think Ispake might have heard that skirmish a while ago. They were just by the horizon. But we shall see if they're gonna choose to engage that. But now seeing Santino, they're just, you know, utilizing this high ground as a, point of view of any other players or any other teams that they can face off with. And like you said a while ago, they're very good at, picking fights and winning the fights. But right here, we have Ispake gunning down the member of a tyrant over here.
Yes, that's gonna be bad. Bad for bad. Moving on again here with Vantien. They only have like one kill, but he is actually approaching outside of the circle. Probably playing for the medkit strategy because as we can observe, he has 3 first aid kit and 17 medkits. So let's move on to Sentinel. Then Sentinel has been a strong competitor for our plays, for our players for today. This is gonna be just for fun against Sentinel, but will we disengage or trying to get a cover out of this pink cottage here? Let's find out as the circle is drawing to its end. We're seeing that members from Sentinel has already been scattered to places wherein they can find it as cover and looking for other angles wherein they can safeguard these particular areas. And then here using that drone once again, hiding his body inside of the bathroom, looking for people. Maybe he can get shot with probably, but there you have it. He has a good look where the rest of Just for Fun is at, actually situated at the truck and behind of that building. Now it's up to them if they're gonna use that info to push, or if they're gonna use the info to just hold this area.
Our, like I've said, our players are so careful right now. and this is going to be hard right now for Isfake as for Sentinel, because Isfake is going in right here, but Jerry will be knocked down, and I feel, and Ben 1 will also be knocked down here. Midcon trying to burst down his enemies here, but then will try to take him down, but also another member of Sentinel will avenge him. But now a third team coming into the fray, as we see Just for Fun going in right here, also spotting someone from Tyrant, a fourth team into this fray, as we see Sentinel just perishing on the hands of Just for Fun. And you know, Isfake is nowhere to be seen, as Sentinel, I believe, was the ones who wiped them out. But
But
oh my goodness.
it's a battle after another. It was just Sentinel against Just for Fun, but Bitcoin Steve went in, they barged in, eventually wiping off Sentinel, and Just for Fun joining in the fun, eventually wiping off is fake in the process. So we're now left with 27 players, but I think they do have some insurance players still playing outside of the circle. We will be finding out that soon, as Terror and Valiant Man probably will have a skirmish here. We are seeing Yonker being accompanied by Company here, but being tagged by Athena in the process. Will Company be able to help Yonker in here in this red cottage? Let's find out. This is gonna be a 3v2 battle, if ever.
Where are the other members of 4 Valiant Men? Because I only see 2 Valiant Men right here, but you know, Jock is just right there by the edge, I think, of the zone. And now we do have a knockdown coming from the board. We see Terror right here battling it out with Santino. This is going to be messy. We see 3 teams right now on our overview camera, and you know, the other teams are also near. Oh, they're in the other house, Nikki.
Yes, but it's a 2-2 split for 4 Valiant Men, not 2 Valiant Men, but this is gonna look good for them as the circle falls straight onto where they are at now. So Terror and for Santino PH, they need to go inside of the circle. Unfortunately for them, they are out in the open. Someone is already tagging here at the left side. That's gonna be Carlos. Do they know where Terror Athena is at? Someone is tagging them. Athena is tagging them right now, but lacking the damage that's needed for them to knock down those players. But I think someone
I see an RPG.
Just for Fun will be knocking down. There is gonna be Juggernaut joining in the battle as well. There's gonna be like 4 teams here inside of our circle. This is a very open skirmish between these teams, and they will be revived by other players from Just for Fun. But yeah, we can see that Juggernaut is also joining in for the third-party push there. That's gonna be Sire and the rest of Juggernaut pushing against Just for Fun here. Terror will join in eventually the battle. We're now left with 21 players. It has been so fast for these teams to be wiping those teams who are also busy with another. Just Juggernaut will get that wipe against Just for Fun. Moving on again with Athena, having a good look with those players in front and at the right. Santino and still 4 Valiant Men.
As we see right here, Athena just keeping track of what the things are happening, because right now Athena is going to push onto where Juggernaut is, trying to be cautious at the same time, trying to flank, I think, the side of them. We do see someone in Juggernaut having an RPG and, you know, different types of guns right here, but Athena will try to take some shots. It does connect on Zaire, because Zaire is going to be knocked down here, and another member is going to try to take some shots. But in the process, Athena will be the one knocked down and bleeding out there, very close to death. But Spaghetti is also going to be knocked down, and 2 members of Terror left here. Cowboy very low on health as well, and I believe the members of 4 Valiant Men just keeping their peace right there inside the houses, as Terror keeps Santino PH in check on the side here as well.
Yes, and now we're drawing near to the conclusion of our match. That's after another elimination as well. And look at that. Someone from Juggernaut will be downed and done for by the hands of XK Terror, giving their team 3 kills here and now in our match number 3. We're seeing also off-cam kills coming from other players. Santino here throwing in some shots against Valiant Men, 4 Valiant Men. 3 of them are already down. And Santino, Nayan, still not enough will revive his
Oh,
teammate, but will be knocked down because of the zone he has an eyes against Terror and for Valiant Men. I think they were able to to finish the deal with oh, there's still one more player
yeah,
playing for full
Yonker.
Valiant Men, but looking at the numbers, they will be focusing against Terror here as they've downed one. That's gonna be Cowboy, and two more players are still playing for Valiant
Kyapopo.
for Terror. Oh, Kyapopo is also down. Here, Terror X Gate will be done for by the hands of Kyapopo there. Orange here trying to help his teammates.
Oh,
Spaghetti's down. Spaghetti going down. Not going up there. And we're moving on to Pride here. Is
oh,
this Pride?
I am not sure, but he tried to healer gun his teammate, and the first one didn't connect, but the second one did. Actually, I noticed a while ago, Kia Popo is actually well, now he's knocked down, but he was on top of the other mountain, as we see right here for Valiant Men Yonker. You know, doing the snake move and
Yeah, proning.
running on it to this the grass, using the grass as his cover. He tried to take some shots at Kiapopo, but I think
Boom.
Kiapopo just died in the zone. But yeah,
Yeah.
this is going to be tough for Valiant Men, as he is outnumbered inside the safe zone. He doesn't have a lot of meds, so it's either he's gonna take on the remaining members of Santino himself, or I mean that's the only option that he has right now, to be honest.
Yes, actually, the safe zone is really interesting to be falling on a open area wherein we have Terror for Valiant Man, Santino, Juggernaut. We have all of these teams battling out on an open area, which explains why these teams now are crawling for their dear life. They need to be in the circle, and they need to conceal their presence because it won't really look good if they'll be revealed here. We're now left with only six players, Pride and Orange, going against Yonker here. I think Yonker is the only person playing inside of the circle. It's gonna be 2v1. Will they be able to find Yonker? Yes, it was just so easy for Santino to eliminate him, and now capping the kill cap with 12 kills in total. Still two of them playing inside of the circle. Though they do not, Pride does not have any medkit. Vantian only has one first aid kit, will be the first one to be eliminated. The first one to be playing the medkit strategy, and the first one to be bidding farewell in our match number 3. If so, he will be the four we will be left with 4 people, 2 coming from Santino. Now we need to find out
Wally.
who among these teams are still playing the medkit strategy. Oh, Elite Iho, wow,
Oh.
15 or 14 medkits. It's sneezy with 6 kills onto their bags.
Hmm.
So I think we're still searching for one more player playing outside of the circle aside from Elite Sneezy.
I wonder how far the other player is. Okay. Oh,
Sentinel.
Sentinel Exhort is right. They're right near. They're kind of near each other. Well,
Mm-hmm.
Sentinel is actually near the zone, but he
Mm-hmm.
does have less medkits than
Yeah.
Elite there.
If so, he can only gather 10 points for the placement points, and then 4 from the kill points is going to be 14 points for Sentinel. For Elite, they have, I can't remember, was it 6 or 8, but definitely guarantees them 12 placement points. And finally, for Santino, capping everything, they can guarantee 26 max points for match number 3, and that is something coming from the crowd's favorites. Our I don't want to say underdog, but of course, comparing their performance yesterday, they
Hmm.
definitely did not quite oh, well,
Maybe
maybe
it wasn't
average.
their day yesterday. You know how
Mhm.
sometimes you just have like a bad
Yeah.
gaming day? Like sometimes you're very unlucky with the loot. You can't get anything that you want. That's happened to me multiple times.
Mhm.
But yeah, maybe they were just not having it yesterday. Maybe today is their day because we see Santino just, well, we right now we see Sneezy just giving us a little dance.
Dancing. Yeah,
But yeah,
celebratory
maybe
dance.
today might be Santino's day because that's a lot of points and that's gonna keep them up on the scoreboard here, right, Nikki?
Yes, so good game well played for all the players, but for Santino PH, there will be our victors for our match number 3, capping the kills, 11 kills, and also capping our placement points with 15 placement points, giving themselves 26 points in total. So that is definitely something, and I know Santino PH fans are very much happy with the performance that their idols are giving right now. But for now, dear survivors, we will be giving you the highlights of our match number 3 for today. But when we return, we will be giving you the updated scoreboard. So don't go anywhere else. Sit back, relax. We will be back. Welcome back to the Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Winter Stage Grand Finals Day 2. We have already concluded matches 1 to 3rd, and we're just about to show you guys in a quick bit the updated scoreboards for today. But here we are again, your shortcasters. My name is Nikki together with Vernice. Hi, Vernice.
Hi, Nikki. And here we go. Our scoreboard right now showing us who are the teams on the bottom half for us on the 15th. Bitter on the 14th, followed by Born to Win on the 13th, Terra Pro Max, Rose for Asia, Tyrant holding on to that 10th spot, and PFN Colosseos on the 9th. Not really doing so great right now, these teams. They have a lot of catching up to do.
Yes, and especially if you're the first one to be eliminated in each round, it definitely won't look good for your team. But here we go. The upper half of our spectrum here, Santino PH, wow! Top one spot with 61 points, to be followed by Sentinel with 55 points at second. 4 points behind them, we have Elite Iho at third, is Fake Main at fourth spot, to be followed by Mao XRSB at fifth. Just for fun here at sixth spot, Juggernaut at seventh, and finally for Man at eighth. And just remind everyone that is watching right now, we need to have or we need to be included in a top 5 spot if our players want to have a part of our 15,000 USD prize pool.
Very true. I mean, Nikki, who wouldn't want to have, a tiny bit of that prize pool? Even the fifth spot would be good enough. But, some teams have been pushed down, but Santino PH, they're just really claiming their spot with another, maximum amount of points they could get. So, a good job for Santino. Really amazing.
Yes. And if they continue to be playing at their peak, for our day number 2, they definitely have a chance to be part of the top 5. Even though they played averagely last time or yesterday, they definitely have a good chance in being included in the top 5. And Vernice, we're about to go to our fourth match, and here we can see Santino PH taking back-to-back wins from match number 2 and 3. Elite Iho getting match number 1, and for match number 4, we're about to start that in a quite bit. We're almost about to go to the fourth match for today. And the question is, will Santino PH have a back-to-back win, or will Elite Iho take that from them, or will there be another team from our top 5 to actually overthrow them from their current standing? Those are the questions that needs to be answered on our match number 4.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this might be like the first back-to-back victory. We've had double wins in the past 4 days, but never a back-to-back victory, and that is really saying something for Santino PH right there. They're really trying to prove what they are worth as we start into game number 4. Our players finally riding that airplane and gonna land onto Gili Island. Look at that Pegasus.
Wow. Oh, that's not
Wow.
a nice glider. They're actually
Wow.
showing off their skins and flexing on us. That's gonna be Juggernaut, Juggernaut Zaire with that Pegasus. Is that Pegasus?
Well, it's a winged horse, so I think it's Pegasus. But guys, we're already jealous of the skins. No need to, make everyone of our viewers jealous of it. But yeah, we have here Tyrant landing onto the 6 houses near Russ Bay, and our players are actually pretty like on the right side of it. Like they're pretty scattered. Like teams 9, 10, and 6 and 11, they might encounter each other later on. But right now, Tyrant just gunning, I think, or spotting Chocho here, and Sad Boys will try to engage this for early blood, I guess.
Yes, this is gonna be the fourth round for Tyrant, and just for fun, but
Ooh.
Chocho will be killing bad in the process. Now, for the flank, there's Sad Boy. Will he be able to take down Chocho? Because Chocho is definitely on fire here, taking in 10% of some damage. PP19 against the MP7 here, going to the first floor. I mean, second, flanking, using the case here. But Sad Boys will eventually take down Chocho in the process. 2 kills there, but will be exchanging 3 from Tyrant. That is just a fiasco what happened there. And now for the revenge, we're watching Carlos with the PP19 pushing here. Will Sad Boys be able to clutch the stairs area, or will someone from Just for Fun be flanking him from up above or from the terrace? Let's see what's gonna unfold here in this situation.
I feel like some parkour is about to happen here, but Carlos just
Mm,
tries, throwing that Molotov, making Sad Boys, retreat in the process. But now this is going to be a 2v1 situation on the staircase right here. Carlos speaking there, as well as his teammate.
yes, if they can get a hold of another throwable and throw it against Sad Boys, forward push, that's
Ooh.
very bold for these two players, 2v1, and that's the end for Tyrant team. And definitely not looking good for Tyrant, as this is the fourth round and the fourth time that they've been eliminating one another. These two teams, they tried to do that as early as as early as they landed on RoS Bay, and now giving Just for Fun a clear signal that RoS Bay will be on to their hands.
Yes, but just for fun, 4 kills on the board. Very early 4 kills, actually. They are down 2 members, though.
Yes, and leaving us with 49 players in our match number 4, and this would be the time for Just for Fun to be looting all the compounds here, knowing that there's no more Tyrant or other team that is lurking in this area. So they chose to actually engage early in our match. Moving on to another team, we are seeing Terror here, but another team is just in front of them. That's gonna be what's the logo? That's gonna be. Oh, there's a terror team. So this is the three. I mean, the three buildings here. And Max Out Factory will be on to themselves. So no other teams looting this area. So quite safe to say that they can get a hold of the compounds here in the Mass Out Factory.
Mm. That is actually my favorite landing spot. But we have right here Weasel
Oh,
will be knocked down and killed by Mao AMB from Mao AMB RSB. Oh my goodness. But yeah, a quick kill for Mao. 2 kills on the board. There's still a full squad, but I think they're trying to, find the remaining members. Or maybe, looting on the way and, eliminating the members of, I think that was PFN.
yes. And now Mao here. 1 kill for Mao RXP. We've seen them be part of the top 5, so they are really looking towards the goal. Eyes on the prize for this team. They have to be playing it cautiously until the last 2 remaining matches after match number 4. So this is Danso for us. We are seeing BTW Hope there adjacent to where he is at right now. But again, this is just a duo of Danso and Sadistic. As we can remember a while ago during our match number 3, it has been him soloing a squad. So
Okay.
let's
We
see if he'll
see
be able
so
to
much
do so.
smoke.
Yeah, he has used his smoke to his advantage, using it for him to disengage. Probably going to the second floor together with Sadistic. But I can't really understand the reasoning for the smoke there, because if he's gonna go, oh, that is a fake, probably baiting Hope that we ran out of this area. There's no more
Mm.
sign of us here. We left. Probably baiting Hope to go in, barge in. So
But
probably.
the bombing zone is, just showing that they're
Oh.
there. So that fake wasn't really effective, as the RNG of the game just decided like, hey,
Revealed them.
Oh no! Danzo from 4 us just getting bombed on by the bombing zone. I've been scared of that happening
Yes.
ever since day one. But right here, sadistic, very gutsy, just manual reviving Danzo under the bombing zone. Oh my goodness!
And
And
that's the very reason why you really are scared of the bombing zone. But yeah, like what you said, the RNG definitely revealed them so that the fake is actually useless, giving a BTW Hope a signal again amongst his teammates to regroup and finally probably engage in. But let's hold that thought as we are watching a different set of teams. There's gonna be Scarlet against Mao RSB here. They are now having an exchange, but I think that's gonna be a wipe for it as Mao RXB already has 5 kills to themselves.
very fast work for Mao. They're just, annihilating. I think it was Rose for Asia.
Yes.
Yeah, but just very quick work, and none of them were taken down in the process. But we do have another skirmish here near Echo Valley. We do have Bitter versus. I cannot see who they're fighting. Actually, four valiant men. We see here Yonker just using that healer gun to up his teammate, and Yonker gonna try to drive around with this vehicle so that he can provide cover for himself. And now locking onto Bitter Shift over at the two-story building here. But two of the members from Fall Rally Men is going to be knocked out, as well as Brush. But Brush is actually going to be revived. Never mind. Yonker was trying to revive Brush there with the healer gun, but will get sniped by Shift. And that is quick work for them. And now they do have 3 kills on the board.
Yes, talking about quick. That happened so fast. Now we're left with 39, and this is just the fourth match for today. And comparing it amongst all the matches for today, it has been quite fast. And actually, it's Tyrant and just for fun who started this kind of pacing, killing one after another. And as we can look at our map right now, it's pretty big for all of these players, but other players still chose not to play inside of our circle. I think they're aiming for good loots heading towards the mid to end game of our match number 4 before they actually go in. But we can see that there are still teams playing for their specific drop off zones remaining because the circle fell where they are at right now. This is Santino, Quiapopo, and then moving on to another team, Elite. So we still have an eye for those teams that are at top 3, and we're showing you guys where they are at now. For sixes, they have an eye against a Danzo, the duo with Sadistic and Danzo. And also, they also have an eye against other teams here. So one wrong move for Sadistic and Danzo, and their heads will be blown in the face of Gidi Island. But here in this particular area at Echo Valley, we can see that Bitter is trying to bomb Sentinel, one of the strong teams here at our day number 2. 50% of his vest moving on towards the probably guarding this staircase. We're watching Bitter Crazy. It's just the duo Shift and Crazy against these players from Sentinel, and I think that's gonna be a push coming from Sentinel.
Sentinel, just be careful right here on how they're gonna push. But Crazy here just with a crazy jump, going down and repositioning with his teammate, and they do spot the members of Sentinel over here. They are trying to take shots at them, but Crazy will get tagged in the process, and now Shift is going to be knocked down. Crazy will be finished off as Bitter will, retire from this game number 4. But they almost took down Zeref there, but wasn't able to thirst it. But now Sentinel has 2 kills on the board, and will, loot up everything that Bitter has.
Yes, and that was again a fast skirmish. It's very evident to our players right now that once they engage or commit to a skirmish, they will definitely gonna see through it. There's
Mm.
no reset. There's no downtime. They are definitely focused on their goals and they wanna add a lot of kills to their current scores right now. They're proving to us why they are part of the top five, and with that, we're seeing a lot of fascinating gameplays coming from our teams that are still remaining here on Gili Island. We're now left with 36 players, and this is the rotation coming from Mau RSB. With 5 kills onto themselves, they have a lot of time to eventually move around, look for other areas, or to like just hold a specific area, which is already included inside of the circle. As we can see, this is how they move. They don't directly barge in inside of the circle, they just move around it, which is very sneaky and it's actually working for them.
Also, I want to point out how, all of the members here have their own vehicle. At least that, if, the vehicle does end up in smokes, no one's going to be down. Like, it's not going to be like a full squad wipe. Because, if you're just stuck inside one vehicle, and that vehicle explodes, and that's going to be it for your team. But right here, Mao XRSB just utilizing what the game provides and rotating with it as well.
Yes, and for now, they're guarding the area where there are possible players that will be entering the circle. Players that are outside and trying to get in will be gate kept here by Mao RSP. So that's another strategy that they're trying, despite that is an open area. Moving on to these teams, it has been quite long since Elite and 4S has been eyeing one another
Mm.
Dan, so definitely they had the disadvantage when it comes to numbers. But yeah, they're still playing it well since they know that the building that they're holding is inside of the circle. I think this will be the call for Elite to either push in or reposition themselves, still having their eye against it. This thing, they are being tagged here. But I think this is gonna be a successful reposition coming from them and even looting that loot crate. And I think with that, they are already inside of the circle, but still gonna move into this area.
Mm.
Still has a good sight of where Danzo is at.
Yeah. Actually, very early rotation. The moment they saw that the zone was there, they moved in. But now they're moving in onto for us here. Danzo heavily tagged there. Sadistic going to be, damaged so much by uh, this member of Elite. But now, quick work for Elite with 2 kills on the board.
Yes, 2 kills for Elite now, leaving us with 34 players. And now they're looting the remains of that. They pushed 34 players in our Gili Island. Quite still, they started fast. Now moving on to the mid to late game, players tend to find the circle quite big for all of them. So this is gonna be just a downtime. Is Fake on the other hand still trying to loot for good loots, as we can see here in their inventory. It's just level 2. They don't have a hold at any level 3 helmet or vest, even though their bags are at level 3 though. Still not a good loot for when it comes to defense. But yeah, still very very careful in approaching Bitter Lake here, Jerry. We've seen how he got eliminated during our match a while ago, Jerry and Benny, and then it snowballed on to the remaining members of Isfik, and they don't want to commit the same mistake here for our match number 4. So I think they just gonna surveillance it first before they eventually move on to another building. They do have a lot of escape cars going on here, and I think this is now the time for them to move. I think they already scouted the building that is just in front of them. That one. Hopefully there's no one there, but yeah, it's very visible to us that there's no one here in this side of the circle.
I just noticed a while ago that Jerry actually has a crossbow with a G launcher on it. So, like a mini MGL. But not. But, people are gonna have to look out for that. And I know is fake Jerry is one of those more whatchamacallit explosive players, like the ones that uses RPGs and MGLs to their full capacity.
Yes, but sometimes being too aggressive, Jerry finds himself in quite a pinch every time he pushes in and flanks
Mm.
a squad. It always tends to retaliate against him. So hopefully he'll be able to execute that plan with his current arsenal. But now this is Orange against a Terror. Full team against a full team, full squad here for V4. Though Terror already has a hold of this area, they have a cover. For Santino Orange's team, it would definitely not look good for them as they don't have a cover. This is a very open area, though this is the high ground advantage. Still, very vulnerable. When there are other teams that gonna reveal
Scary.
themselves and join in the battle as well. Very very scary and vulnerable for Orange.
Who's
But
getting
as we can
tagged?
see, there are
Cowboy?
no other there are no other players or members from Santino here. Maybe he is the scout for the team.
But Mickey, Cowboy was tagged there.
Cowboy.
From where? Like you said, I don't see any of his teammates right there.
Oh,
Well, Pride is there now, but like Cowboy got tagged a while ago, and I'm not sure from where. So there might be like another team, or like his teammates are on the other side of the high ground. But we do see some repositioning here. Actually, team number 7, and I believe this might be Juggernaut, is actually right here, and Santino trying to close in right here. um they're gonna try and gun down the vehicle. That, oh my goodness, RPG, and it connected very well right there onto the members of Juggernaut. Haji Sam is going to be knocked down, and Juggernaut, she is the only one left right here in our vision, and I think the members of Santino are going to move forward and try to take him down. And now only 2 remaining members of Juggernaut, and Santino just won't let them escape at all, as Zaire will be knocked down, but a member of Santino is going to be knocked down as well. But now Orange is right here, gonna try to take the flag and going to burst down and melt the last remaining member of Juggernaut.
yes, adding up more kills to themselves, even though they were able to lose Pride in the process. Still, a 1-for-4 exchange is really, really good, and it's looking good for them. Let's move on to Elite. Sneezy here throwing in some shots against people from Isfik. That's gonna be Jerry. On the other hand, Sneezy are still holding a good angle and looking for other areas where there might be a possible flank. But yeah, it's quite clear. Sentinel on the other hand flanking that one here at the third floor. Throwing in some shots, it will connect, but the firecrackers will also connect onto himself. Then Serf already down in the process. It's gonna be BTW Miko Miko who for the final finish. Oh, Exert will be able to revive his teammates. They're throwing some shots against Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk will get a cover here at the shack with his vector throwing in the next. Will it connect? Exert will move on to the third floor, going to the rooftop, and this will be a quite reset against BTW and Sentinel, as they were able to patch after that kind of skirmish. Now still holding on to the siege.
Ooh.
Berserker taking in some damage, not quite enough to actually knock down Berserker in the process.
Cyberpunk there in the little cubby. Exhort does have eyes on him, but won't quite connect, as he is being very careful right here. And Molly goes out. Cyberpunk now in a pinch, but his teammates just right there, not being able to do anything for Cyberpunk to provide support. But right here, we do have Exhort trying to find an angle where he can burst down a Berserker, as Cyberpunk on the side will try to heal down there. Zeref, jumping down to the second level balcony area, and Hope
Ooh.
is going to try and reposition himself But we do see a bit of a stalemate happening right now between these two teams. A Cyberpunk will actually be very low on health right there and will be knocked down with an MGL from Sentinel dead. And now that is the cue for his teammates to rush in as, you know, the members of Born to Win will go down there. But, you know, hope is still up here for Born to Win, and Cyberpunk is just right there. Might be able to get a healer gun off for Cyberpunk, and Den is the only member alive for Sentinel. And Azeref will retire as he will be finished off by Berserker. And now, also, I think Cyberpunk might retire as well because he's very low on health.
Yes, and they will then will be leaving the vicinity, but it's not yet a final as hope. And one more player from BTW won't let that happen. Moving on, here we have a side to see as Elite Sneezy and the rest of the team will be having a skirmish against Terror Team. Athena will go down, Diablo as well. One after the other, one will be revived. Sneezy here for the flank to the left side, still having a hold against Isfake. It's gonna be Elite, Terror, and Isfake here. They already managed to kill Terror here in this very cottage. You know, they just got stuck here in this area, but it's not yet over as Mao XRSB is also near the area. Diablo here is still alive together with Sneezy. We'll be regrouping with Trust here at left side, so it's gonna be 2-2 split. Oh, one after another is now transferring, while Jerry and his teammate Pantheon and Mitken here probably will be leaving the canal, as it's not gonna look good for them. Looking at the circle, there's a huge river just dividing our circle right now, and they need to go in. On the other hand, Nyan will go down. Nyan is down. Sneezy and the rest of Elite, they have a good hold of this three-story building, and I think that three-story building is not
Sneezy
yet
does get tagged.
inside of the circle.
We do have some action right here on the board, some off-cam kills as Jerry tries to, you know, G-launcher the building that Elite was in. But, you know, is fake not really in a good position here. And oh my goodness, Nikki, look at the next save zone. Water. Again.
Yeah. And we're now left with 15 to have a little safe zone like that, like 10%, 10% land at each side. It's not gonna look good for these players. It's Jerry deploying that drone, then finally knocking down. Oh, it's gonna be Mau RSP to be knocking down that one. But yeah, he's trying his best to maneuver the drone, but it will be knocked down. At least he has an info where the members is actually hiding and using the truck there, but it's not connecting. The grenade launcher, the crossbow, is not connecting. Actually, that's one shot. If you got shot by that crossbow, it's the end for you. But of course, you'll be revived. But you don't want to risk your helmet and vest, and of course your medkits as well. So this is how our teams are positioned. Of course, numbers wise, Elite has the upper hand advantage, especially with the split. But we can see here that Trust is still holding the area here for the right side, and other two members still holding the other side against Mao. So they have three teams all in different positions. BTW at the left, right side is fake, and at the in front of them we have Mao XRSB. This is gonna be an interesting battle once it boils down, but someone from BTW will be finally down. Hopefully he will be revived, but I'm not quite sure about that. Mao is flanking from the left, and he knows that, Elite knows that. Trust will be throwing in some deployments, will connect, and finally knocking down and finishing off that players from Mao. They're using the reach here as a cover, going up and down. Will be revived, will be knocked down once again, double dead, and throwing in some shots here. It's actually connecting. This is a side to see. One more play from Mao. Will he be able to survive this? Will he be able to clutch this one? He will be able to knock down Trust in the process.
But now we do have Sneezy from Elite trying to avenge his teammates right there. His other teammate is down and, bleeding here. But now I think he's going to try to take this vehicle, trying to reposition. But it's going to be too late as he will be bursted down by Alpha from Mao right there. A lot of kills on the board for them right now.
Definitely, we're now left with 5 players and 2 players coming from Mao here. They're trying to hold this reach, and it's so hard for them to do so. Even though they have 12 kills already, one of their member, Axel, is receiving a lot of damage. I think Axel's going to be playing the
Might be
medkit
so.
strategy. Yes, I think so, because it's just Alpha who is playing here for the circle. So definitely Axel is aiming for the medkit strategy. As for Vantien, he's gonna play for the medkit strategy. Unfortunately enough, he's now down with 4 medkits onto himself. So we have revealed 3 players from these teams. We're just looking for 2 more players. I think that's gonna be from Elite. I'm not quite sure, but if it's gonna be from Elite, they're gonna secure a lot of points for game number 4. Oh, it's
Sentinel.
Sentinel. So we have 1 from Sentinel, 2 from Mao XRSB,
And one from
Vantien from
is fake.
Isfake.
Yeah. But I think is fake. Vantien is going to go down first as he is
Yeah.
out of everything basically. But yeah, as we saw a while ago, the member from Sentinel even had more, medkits on the floor,
Mhm.
like other than the ones in his inventory. So now we're just gonna wait for Vantien to, disintegrate into the zone. But here, Stained from Sentinel actually has 3 first aid kits. They have to time that, right, Nikki? Like it
Yes.
takes longer than a med kit, but it does recover full health. But
Mhm.
the timing is very tricky.
Yeah, which explains why he is exhausting his medkit first before he proceeds with his final 3 first
Santino!
aids. Oh, so no Elite Iho in the remaining 4 players of map number 4. But last time we checked, it's like they have 4 players playing inside of Circle 2 speed, but Ma was able to hold their grounds at the Ridge. So, I mean, Mao, aside from skills and strategy and gameplay, of course, teamwork as well, I think the circle really helped them a lot in repositioning and actually having an advantage against Elite EO. Thus,
Hmm.
with the celebratory dance here.
Well, I think Elite was the one in advantage a while ago, but
Mm-hmm.
they were keeping tabs on is fake as well at the
Mm-hmm.
same time.
Terror
So I
too.
feel like they might have been too sidetracked in the other enemies, so they weren't
Oh
really able
no.
to focus on just the one. But that's it. Stained is going to be the last player who is just gonna we're gonna wait for.
Yes. So 12 from the placement points plus 3 kills is going to be 15 points for Sentinel. And for Mao XRSB, they will have 15 full placement points for our match number 4. I mean, seeing a different team taking our match number 4 is interesting. No back-to-back coming from Santino, even though we've seen Kiapopo try to place their team at top 3, that's 10 points. This is it. We're about to conclude match number 4, Mao x RSB. Hailed to be our match number 4 victors. No back-to-back, denying back-to-back from Santino PH.
It's a very job well done for Mao XRSP there. They outpositioned and outplayed every single team near the safe zone and getting the victory in the process. So good on them because it was amazing to watch.
Yes, and of course, aside from that, we will be showing you guys more amazing games on our match number 5 when we return. But for now, we will be showing you guys the highlights. So sit back because we will be right back in a bit.
And we are back here at the Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Winter Invitational, Day 2 of the Grand Finals. Once again, we are your casters. My name is James, together with Vernice. And Vernice, we've seen earlier how our teams here in the Grand Finals can be really consistent in their gameplay, especially when we saw Santino and Elite PH still at the top of every round that we've played so far here in day 2 of the Grand Finals, Vernice.
Definitely, James. Just what you just said. It's, we keep on saying that consistency is key for these types of, tournaments. Because, when you're scoring points and kills, it's really important to at least get some points every round. But, those teams that we keep seeing, as well as Sentinel, they just, I think they've mastered the consistency thing, because every time it's either Santino's on top, followed by is fake or Elite or Sentinel and Mauer XB as well. It's either them five just fighting within the top, 1, 2, 3. Either winning or placing second. But right now we are seeing the bottom half of our scoreboard as For Valiant Men takes the 9th spot. PFN Colossians will take the 10th, followed by Terror Pro Max on the 11th. Tyrant with the 12 and 19 total points. Rose for Asia on the 13th. 14th will go to Bitter, and for us will hold on to 15 instead.
Yes, and I honestly thought last round we were going to see a three-peat from Santino, but looking at the scoreboard right now for the day 2 of the Grand Finals, we can see here that Santino PH, with their consistent gameplay in the Grand Finals right now of day 2, they are scored first here with 77 points, followed by Sentinel, then Elite Iho, then Mauer RSB is fake main, Just for Fun, Juggernaut, and Born to Win. And these teams have been pretty consistent, especially Elite, Sentinel, and Santino so far. Mau RSB, they need to catch up. But looking at the scores right now, Vernice, we know that Elite has been leading the pack since in the day 1 of the Grand Finals, because they are in a lead of around, I think that was 21 points against the other competitors for the Grand Finals. So, our teams, they need to really step up. They need to eliminate Elite very early on in the game. But, with the gameplay of Elite, they've been playing really consistently. They actually disengage in different fights. They don't take fights that they are not sure that they can win.
Yes, of
So
course, it
very
takes a lot
strategic
of
gameplay.
confidence too, and knowing that you're gonna win that fight, it's a guarantee that you're gonna get, kills and not get eliminated as well. But right here, we are going to, match number 5 at 16:20 GMT plus 8. That's just we're kind of behind, but that's going to be in a bit as our players are getting ready at the lobby. Just imagine them, jumping around, using the guns in the Swan Island. And yeah, we're gonna jump into game number 5 in just a bit.
Yes, teams really are ready for everything that gets thrown to them. And I'm pretty excited to see who will be winning the Grand Finals, as we are going to have our final 2 rounds for the Grand Finals for today, Vernice. And looking at the map right now, I'm pretty sure our teams will be landing on the same spot as we've seen earlier, because we've seen a bit of our teams actually be successful in changing their landing spots, and when they did so, they managed to get a lot of points, a lot of kills, and maybe placed higher than just landing in a different spot or in their comfort spot.
Yes. Well, I mean, I would rather. I mean, there's always that comfort spot for a certain player, but whenever, like, if the the plane trajectory isn't far enough. I mean, right there, Bitter Crazy just doing some crazy work, taking down a Rose for us Scarlet in the process. But right here, actually interesting because, Rose for Asia is contesting Bitter at Bitter.
Yes, and Bear Lake is not really a place we've seen a lot of people land. And right now, Row for Asia actually changed their drop. Previously they landed in Research Edifice. Of course, that is their comfort spot. But we can see here, PFN Colossians dropping by logging camps, not in their usual spot of Squirrel Depot, and they are going to battle it out with For Us because PFN Colossians they know that there is a team here in logging camps, and when they drop at Squirrel Depot, they'll be forced to play until the late game, and they won't be able to take as much eliminations as they want to. They can't play that aggressive because right now they are going to play a little bit aggressive here. They are scouting for a lot of players, maybe get more loot than go for the kills here because they do want to catch up in terms of points.
Yes, and I think I'm not sure how many um players are in for us right now, but I remember last game there were only two for us player members. So I'm not sure where Danzo's teammate is. I mean, PFN just riding around here. Danzo's probably pretty nervous right now though.
And I think they are looking for Danzo right now as Kleist is just going to be near Danzo right here. Danzo has that gun. He has a full set of armor and he has the backpack to actually save him and loot up as much as possible here. But he doesn't want to get eliminated. Of course, for us, they still have a fighting chance into actually getting decent amount of points to last them until the late game. But you can see here, Clay is getting tagged here by a lot of damage by Danzo. Didn't manage to actually knock him down, and the Clay will be able to maybe rotate and disengage from the fight. But because he didn't actually knock down his opponent very quickly here, he will get pushed, and that will be a quick ride coming from Danzo. But Danzo will retire early from this fight as that is going to be it for his squad.
Very
I think he
unfortunate
landed
for
all by
us
himself
there.
though.
It was so sad though that he wasn't able to burst down flies from PFN, you know, but it's just outnumbered. Also very fast response from the teammates of PFN there.
Mhm.
As we see right here, Elite Iho spotting, I think, the members of Tyrant right there. You're gonna try to take some shots onto two members here. TK Ons is going to be bleeding a bit there, and is going to throw a Molotov. TK Ons caught in that fire right there, might be in trouble, but Crying is going to be targeted by Trust here, as Sixes and his teammates are here now as a backup, and Crying will I think someone threw a Molotov at Trust, pushing him out now, forcing him to get into the building and maybe try to, battle this in close quarters. As we see Trust
Mhm.
right here using that med kit, but right now it's a bit of a reset for them.
Mhm.
Never
And
mind the
we've
reset,
seen. Mm.
because right now Diablo from Elite is going to be taken down.
Woo!
Sixes as well going to be taken down. Tyrant just doing a lot of work right here. Bad is going to try to
Oh!
take down Sneezy. And that is it for Elite. Elite out of this pretty early on, as Tyrant claiming their kills right there. And the action is not done as Santino PH is just right here. Gonna try to infiltrate this building, James.
Yes, and that is really unfortunate for Elite right here, but we've seen things happen there at that type of building. When you actually pushed that type of building earlier, when Santino, actually rather Elite was pushing a team right there earlier, that was Tyrant. We've seen amazing things happen and that staircase area. But we didn't actually see that earlier, as Santino will gain 4 kills here, losing no one in the fight. And the Pride, just picking up his teammate. And Santino, they really have a high chance of being victorious right here in this round. But we do need to take note that Elite has a 21-point lead back there in the day one of the grand final. So our teams really need to catch up, and this is their chance for them to do so because the top one team currently, or the top three team currently, in the scoreboard right now has been eliminated pretty early on in the game.
Yes, and now seeing Sentinel, I mean, they are ranked pretty high right now, but I think they're gonna lock their eyes onto the enemies right here. They are aware that there's, an opponent, an opposing team right here. As we see Hermione, I think he might be below, like downhill here, and Zeref trying to take some shots onto Tatsuya Miya right there, but none of them will connect as Tatsuya Miya will, eject himself from that vehicle as Zeref will try to reposition here, and Tatsuya Miya is going to be trapped there by that tree and will be taken down here. Laser-like aim from Zeref here from Sentinel, and now looking for the remaining member of RoS for Asia as Hermione will be eliminated right there.
Yes,
I
and
think there's one more.
yeah, I think there's one more from I think
RoS
that's
for
Row
Asia.
for Asia. I think four of them dropped in this game, but Sentinel has been pretty consistent when it comes to getting a lot of kill points for their squad. And back in the grand finals day number one, they scored a 40 kill points. Same with Elite. They both had 40 kill points. They had the most kill points for the day one of the grand finals. And right now, they are proving to be worthy of those kill points as we are seeing Tyrant here trying to take down Born to Win. And we have some bump car action as we are seeing flying cars all around. TK Ons going in, and they're probably trying to spot the people down from Born to Win as a BTW Tyrant TK Ons will get a knockdown from afar because Berserker and PFN Collusions is going to be there as well. So there is another team there at the other side as a PFN Collusions are pushing players from Board to Win. Berserker will get knocked down from BTW as a Wizard TZ will get that knock. PFN Collusions right now, is down, and the Tyrant is now trying to push the building where they were at earlier as Bash will be eliminated as well. Tyrant right here crying. There is another team though, just for fun, is going to be there as well. And this was a 4-3 battle. It's still not yet over. Crying, going in, going on top, getting knocked down very, very quickly right here. And just for fun, Chocho, we are following him right now, trying to target someone here. TK Ons is actually the target here of Chocho. Maybe we'll get those shots in. TK Ons is low on health though. Oh, he did the
TK
spot TK Ons.
Was hiding, I think, near the bridge area, so Chocho wasn't able to see where he was at. But now just repositioning and getting some loot, and I'm not sure. But right here we do have another skirmish. Santino versus a Bitter. Shift going to be tagged there for a bit, but I think they're trying to tackle this smartly by engaging with throwables first. And now we're just seeing them try to get like a better angle and a better opportunity to invade Santino.
Yes, and we are not seeing drones and explosives get utilized just yet. We're not seeing any teams get pick up those RPGs or MGLs currently. But right now, Santino PH Pride is going to hold an angle against Bitter, and they are not in Bitter Lake. They're here at the houses of Thermal Power. And slowly but surely, Santino PH is making their way in the zone. 4 kills for their squad right here. And the Bitter is just going to hold that building, while Santino as well will do the same thing. And we might see a stalemate here coming from these two teams unless someone gets knocked down, someone peaks, someone gets knocked down. That might be the signal for one of these players to actually push in.
Mm.
So this is going to be a kind of stalemate for these two teams as Nayon might try and go
Flank.
attack the flank here of Bitter.
This would
Nayon.
be, if he does successfully flank, it's going to be an advantage for Santino because they
Mm-hmm.
would outposition Bitter right there.
Yes, I think Nayon is going to be successful if they actually didn't hear him, and he didn't actually hear Nayon just rotating, and they got shot from behind, and Nayon will get 2 kills here as Bitter will lose 3 members. Santino will lose 1, but it was a 4 against 1 exchange against these two teams as Santino came out on top of that fight. They already have 8 kills on the board with 3 members left. And right
That,
now,
wow.
it really is looking good for them because they know that Elite is already out of the fight.
I'm just gonna say, what a flank by Nayon there from Santino. But we do have another skirmish here. Sentinel yet again trying to take down members of Juggernaut, but I'm not sure if, you know, this might be another stalemate here, James, because these houses are not very forgiving. There's a lot of coverage, there's a lot of, walls to peek at, and a lot of throwables we're seeing right now.
Yes, they are going to use those throwables to actually push their opponents out of that build and maybe reposition themselves in a better spot to deal with their opponents. But right now, we are following Exert. Nothing is actually really happening right now for these two teams, as what you said earlier, Vernice. This is going to be a stalemate, and they are inside of that zone, so they don't need to rotate anytime soon. But Vernice, I got to remind our viewers as well who are watching right now that we have a gift code at the lower left portion of our screen, so you can redeem that to redeem in-game rewards. But we are seeing a battle here between Santino PH and Just for Fun. Just for Fun earlier had a skirmish with another team. And this is now Santino with 3 members just holding their spot. Chocho getting exposed here and got lasered by Orange. As I'm not sure if he will get picked up here. There is going to be a teammate of Just for Fun who will pick him up. I think a healer gun got utilized right there, but no throwables here for Santino. If he actually has a throwable, that might be it for that member of Just for Fun. But
Mm.
Orange is just going to hold this angle. Chocho got exposed once again, getting lasered and tagged from by Orange. And now Orange is just holding this angle really perfectly, just making sure Just for Fun stays in that spot so they can get those eliminations and max out their kill points. If they actually do so,
Ooh.
as Carlos is jumping all around, will he go for the finish? And there you go. 9 kills on the board for Santino, trying to max out their kill points right now. Of course, they want to actually finish off their opponents. One will go down, so Orange will get finished off as well. And that's going to be it for Santino. Just for Fun, not playing for fun right here, but going in for that win. As we see one team here, Sentinel and Juggernaut in another battle. What we said earlier, what was a stalemate? No, they actually pushed in. They actually tried and they actually went in and finished off Juggernaut right there. Sentinel with 6 kills on the board and Just for Fun eliminating Santino, the top 1 team currently in the board here in the day 2 of the grand finals.
What an upset right there. But I gotta hand it to Santino as well because that wasn't their first, battle. They were, eliminating players left and right, but they probably did not have fun at all with that skirmish because Just for Fun just completely wiping the Santino squad as well as Sentinel wiping out Juggernaut. Just a quick recap right there. But action, so much action is happening right here in the Top Clans 2021 Winter Invitational day 2 of the grand finals. And this is just game number 5, James. We have one more, right?
Yes, the last round will happen after this round. This is the second to the last round currently that we are spectating right now. As we are seeing four Valiant Men still there in Echo Valley, not really rotating right now. Team number 15, Sentinel in Mass Out Factory. We see a team on top, which is Fake Main, making their way slowly through the edges of that map. Logging camps area, we see team number 9 Mao RSB with a decent amount of score here, and I think they got a decent amount of loot to go against these opponents here on in the round number 5 of the day 2 of the grand finals. But right now, they are close to Tyrant. T-Cons still alive, and Cake is just going to scout this building slowly but surely. If you can see his movement, he doesn't want to get exposed in a very tight spots, so he is playing very agile and just checking those corners to make sure that no one is actually hiding before pushing in those tight corners.
Yes. And Mal, compared to all the other teams that we've seen right now, are, pretty chill, but we know what they are capable of. As we see right here, Cake will try to rotate in, and I think his teammates probably rotated in first, or probably is following him right here. But we do see, just for fun, eyeing the mountainside right here. They're probably hearing the vehicle that Four Valiant Men is utilizing right now. And, Four
Yes.
Valiant Men making a lot of noise right here.
Mm-hmm. And the four Valiant Men not really doing much right now. Of course, we know that their landing spot is Echo Valley, so they just pushed out because previously their spot was in the zone, and now he is stuck. XP Company, he is stuck because there is a car on top of another car, so he can't actually move the car. He rode that car that was under that stack. But four Valiant Men want to scope out just for fun right there, and they are slowly but surely rotating inside that zone just for fun. Okay, no one got spotted from J4F.
Just for fun, it's a lot of kills actually. That's 7, right?
Yeah, the 7 kills for just for fun right there. Luan Brothers and Chocho are the only ones left
Oh,
for their
it's
squad,
cute.
and they are going to use those drones to actually scout out their opponents and maybe damage them for a little bit. But Chocho, they left some medkits for him right there. Slowly but surely, they do want to score a lot of points here in this
Mm.
round in order for them to get a nick of that prize pool that we have here in the Top Clans Winter Invitational.
It might be hard for just for fun to get to the 5th spot, because I know they're not really doing a well in terms of points, but you know never give up. I guess maybe comeback is real for just for fun here. But Mal XRSB, spotting Luan there from just for fun. They're just right by each other, as well as for Valiant Men is also right here. So just for fun might get pinched if Mao decides to, you know, rush them.
Yes, and Mao is actually pushing out of that zone. They don't want to rotate just yet. They don't want to go in. Probably playing it a little bit cautiously. They do have one kill on the board right now, but they might go against 4 Valiant Men as Mao Cake is going to get shot at by 4VM. Drop down immediately to actually make sure he doesn't get blown up along with that vehicle. But 4 Valiant Men is trying to push here, maybe.
I think they're going
Or
away.
rotated downhill. Oh, disengage. They disengage.
Yeah,
Or maybe
disengage.
rotate downhill.
Yeah.
Rotate to a different spot.
Oh,
But right now, just for fun. Ooh. So,
Rush.
not really pushing Mao right there. But because just for fun, Chocho was attacking 4 Valiant Men right here. Maybe they want to disengage because they know that they will get pinched. But that car will get
Ooh.
blown up by Mao RSB as they will get kills here against 4 Valiant Men, and that's going to be for VM as the kills of Mao went from 1 to 5 in just a single moment.
it- I don't even think it reached 10 seconds, James. You know, that car exploding and every other member of Mao just going in, trying to finish what they started. And now, just for fun, you know, taking some shots at Mao here. But, you know, I think Mao noticed that and they might rush in here. But, you know, Chocho does have an angle on Cake there, but is not connecting his shots, as I think Cake probably has some kind of cover, maybe a tree or like a rock. But he has cover. But yeah, this is going to be tricky because they are playing from, you know, outside of the safe zone, and Chocho needs to bandage up and, you know, go at the same time.
Slowly but surely, just for fun, Chocho is pushing closely here, but almost
Ooh.
spotting and shooting down a member of Mao RSB who just hit. But right now, this is going to be is fake, just trying to take the Alpha and successfully doing so. Alpha will get knocked down. Jerry will get that elimination. Is fake is down to 3 members, but because of that elimination, they already have 1 kill for their team. And Mao RSB actually not expecting is fake to be there. And because of that, Alpha had a full health.
Ooh.
Alpha has full health earlier and he just got shot down by Jerry. But right now, Mao A and B wants to finish off what he started. J4F, will that grenade connect right there? And that's going to be a knock. Mao RSB, 2 members of Mao getting taken down. And we only have 1 member of Mao left here, as Cake is going to be the only one to try and clutch this out for his team. And we do know that Mao is currently on top of that scoreboard.
Yes. But right here, Cake is in a pinch because a while ago I think I saw Tyrant from behind. But Chocho here trying to, you know, heal up and rush, I believe, Cake at the same time. But the other members of Mao will get finished off as Cake, I think, is hiding in this, you know, cubby, this little doghouse. And if, you know, Chocho has a, you know, a throwable, he might be able to get a kill there, but from his inventory, it seems like nothing. But now he's just trying to push into the zone. His
Mhm.
his back is totally free though.
But he might get picked up by Zentin. But Zentin might get pushed from Just For Fun because Just For Fun is just behind them.
Hmm.
And is fake is in front of them right now. Zentinel is looking really good right here because they have 4 kills on the board and for 6 kills on the board, and they have 4 players left for their squad. So right now, this is going to be a battle of strategic gameplay as Chocho is going to try and shoot down players from Zentinel right here. No shots will come out from Chocho just yet. Mao RSB just behind them. Not really going in the zone right now, waiting for that perfect timing to actually maybe go in. But Cake will get finished off here by T-Cons from Tyrant. And I'm surprised Tyrant TK Ons is still alive.
Yeah.
And you know, because of that elimination, that
Chooch.
prevented Mao from actually scoring more than what they did here in this round. And ooh,
Ooh.
Chocho with a nice kill here, and still trying to go for more as we see a lot of eliminations left and right in our feed. Chocho will just loot up here. Sentinel. Oh, one member of Sentinel is down. And Chocho has a scope against him. Exort not really getting tagged here because there's only a nickel with HP left. As Stained will try and rotate in. He is getting shot at by Sentinel as well. But they are hitting that vehicle that blown a vehicle in front of them. And Exort will try and go in and push him right now. Exort using that vehicle as advantage, and Chocho wants to clutch this out. He is all alone against 3 members of Sentinel, and he is doing a good job here. Exor just healing up right now. Chocho has half HP, and he is going to get pushed. Medkit will get popped off. Chocho from the side. Chocho will knock down Snake, and Exor, the only target left. Zen then will get knocked down as well. Chocho is still alive and up. Now, it is going to be 1 versus 1 battle. Exor is still alive, but
Secured. He secured the kill.
The kill right there before going down himself. Sentinel almost got finished off right there by 1 member of Just for Fun.
Chocho. Wow. Wow. That was amazing. Imagine if Chocho was able to clutch that out, that would have been big for Just for Fun. But he was outnumbered. He was able to, knock down 2, but maybe 3 was too much. But we see here Tyrant actually running towards the safe zone. Is going to be near, though. Might have an angle on the remaining members of Sentinel, but yeah, it's all alone.
And I know the whole team of Just for Fun is cheering their teammate on. Go, Chocho! You
Probably.
can do it! And eliminating or knocking down 2, eliminating 1. That's really a good clutch here coming from Chocho, gaining more points for their team. But Tyrant not really giving up right now. He still wants to clutch it out for his team. He doesn't still have a lot of healables left in his inventory, so he might actually get the chance to knock someone down. But TK Ons,
He is near.
he is near, just slowly but surely going inside that zone. As long as he gets that timing right. And if he actually misses a single second with that timing, it is going to
That
be
might
over
be it.
for him.
Yeah.
That is going to be it for him. But he is pushing slowly, very, very slow, 200 meters away from that zone. And he still has the chance because, this is a pretty exposed zone right here. And he has the high ground advantage. So he
And
can actually just shoot and heal.
he stops again.
Mm-hmm.
And this, at the edge of this.
I don't think this is
hilltop-
going to make it. Ooh,
Huh?
that drone. I think that was a drone who actually
That was a
tagged him
drone?
for a bit there. I think he got spotted by a drone because I saw him get shot a little bit before going down that from the hands of that safe zone. But Vernice,
So
that was
close.
a pretty interesting battle that we had earlier. Round number 5, a lot of aggressive teams. They know that this is going to be their second to the last chance of actually getting those points. But Elite getting eliminated pretty early on in the game might be a huge factor for their positioning here in the grand finals, Vernice.
Yes, and summing that up, game number 5 was amazing. We will go into a break, in a bit, as game number 6 will start. So we'll show you guys the highlights, and we'll be right back.
And we are back here, the Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Winter Invitational. Once again, we are your casters. My name is James, together with Vernice. And Vernice, round 5, Elite Iho got eliminated pretty early on in the game. And, the top contenders for the spot or the top spots here in the grand finals, getting pushed a lot by the other teams who are now stepping up here on the day 2 of the grand finals.
I want to commend just for fun in that bout because they really did a lot of work. I think they were also the ones that eliminated Santino.
Mhm.
But it was very interesting because you really see them trying their best to get more points and get out of the placement that they're at the moment. But we shall see on the scoreboard of what happened with their hard work and will it pay off for them.
And this is going to be the scoreboard after round number 5 here, the day 2 of the grand finals. For us, only getting 9 points here, followed by Bitter at 14th place with 21 points, then Terror Pro Max, Roll for Asia, PFN Colossians, then 4 Valiant Men and Board to Win tied at 9th place with 29 points currently here in after 5 rounds of the grand final, day 2 of the grand finals.
Yes, and this now is the upper half of our scoreboard as Sentinel actually overthrowing Santino PH for the top rank 1 spot, and Santino PH following with only 6-point difference. Elite Iho though with 71 on the board claiming 3rd, followed by Mao XRSD. On the 4th is Fake Main on the 5th, just for fun, holding on to that 6th spot, and Tyrant on the 7th, and Juggernaut on the 8th.
Yes, and Sentinel, they already have 35 kills on the board, but Santino, after 5 rounds, they got a whopping kills of 42 kill points here in the date of the grand finals, and Elite Iho getting pushed far behind 71 points. And it is a 19-point lead between the difference between Elite Iho and Santino PH. And I believe it's 25-point lead of Sentinel from Elite Iho. So Sentinel, proving why they are here at the grand finals, just eliminating their opponents left and right. And I'm pretty sure our viewers are excited as well, because this is going to be the final round of the grand finals after 5 weeks of grueling action coming from our players right here. This is now the end for our players right here, because this is going to be their final chance to actually take their spot here in the grand finals.
Like you've said, James, this is the final chance. Game number 6. This game will conclude the whole tournament, and our players who did well will reap the results and will get the grand prize. And 15,000 USD isn't a small prize pool at all. We are starting the game in a bit. Our players are in Spawn Island, just getting ready to do their best, and here we go. Game number 6 onto Gili Island. This is it, James. Final game. Oh my goodness, Galiwao.
This is the final round for the grand finals here in the RoS Winter Invitational. And I'm pretty sure some of our teams are going to still land in their respective spots here in Gili Island, but we might see some differences here, as we are still seeing Just for Fun land in Bitter Lake. So I think they were successful earlier. Instead of landing in a different spot here, they are going to land in the Bitter Lake right here.
That's
Roll for Asia, rather. Roll for Asia. Roll for Asia, rather than landing in Research Edifice, they are going to land there at Bitter Lake. But we see one member of Team Bitter land there in Research Edifice. I'm not sure if he landed or just...
He might
or
have
got
not.
technical difficulties though.
Yeah. But Scarlet here, a quick work on from Bitter, and now Bitter is outnumbered by Row for Asia, because one of their members, I think, is wasn't able to drop at the right time, as Crazy will be facing two members of Rose for Asia here. Scarlet and Harumaini are going inside this building, and Crazy might be able to defend himself, but I believe another teammate of Crazy is actually nearby trying to provide support for him.
But Scarlet is holding a nice angle here against Bitter, and the Crazy might get pushed here as Crazy will get knocked down. Scarlet with a nice knock here. And this is going to be dangerous for Bitter as they only have one player left for their squad, as they are going to use these vehicles as a cover to actually survive
Woo!
that fight. And Crazy will get knocked down and finished off here. Or no, rather Crazy will
So,
get knocked down only, but not really finished off and picked up
now, uh,
by
now finished.
they just now finished off. No.
That was
I got
quite,
confused. I got
yeah.
confused for a bit there because I thought it was his teammate because really a lot of things happening right now,
And,
and I'm
uh,
really getting confused by our players right here.
James, also because the name is the same. They're both crazy.
Yeah, they're yeah. Oh yeah.
They're both named Crazy. The other
Oh
one has
yeah.
the Japanese character Sa, so the other one is Crazy and then Crazy Sa. But
Oh
yeah.
yeah. We have two crazy bitter players, but
Ooh!
that's nice. That's a nice spot from just for
Headshot!
fun. And
Headshot!
Vernice yesterday, it was a battle between these two teams because they had a little rivalry going on just for fun and the PFN Colossians. But that was a nice spot coming from just for fun. Just punishing that sole member of PFN Colossians, just jumping around and maybe just trying to get some loot and rotating to a different spot. But he got pummeled and punished by those shots from coming from just for fun Chocho.
What a headshot too. I believe I saw 115 damage coming out from Chocho right there. But now, just for fun, I think is going to rotate onto Rust Day just to get some more loot maybe, because their loot isn't the great. I mean, they have loot, but it's not the greatest, and they could, get more. As we see right here, Chocho just gathering some ammo, and I think he might be looking for either a SMG, because I know he's using the 5 barrel shotgun right now.
Mm-hmm. Well,
There you
getting
go,
an
a
SMG
Thompson.
will really be a good option for them to use, especially in long range battles against their opponents. Because, of course, if you want to gun down or destroy the vehicles of your opponents, the SMG is really the gun to use in order to actually punish the players riding a vehicle. But, Elite, they want to get their revenge here or get redemption against that lost last round. Right now, they do want to get more kills here on the board. Already have one. Born to Win is actually getting pushed here by Elite. Sneezy will knock down Berserker, and Elite will get two kills here. PFN Colossians are going to battle it out with Born to Win. But
That's one.
Elite is just going to be there. So Elite can be a third party settler here against these two teams, and Elite might get the benefits or reap the benefits from the battle between these two teams right here. But we are seeing still one member of PFN Colossian just up and running, as he will get pushed by Elite right here. No one is actually knocked down for Elite, as PFN Colossians will get finished off, and Elite 5 kills on the board right now.
But James, the action, I don't think it's done right now, as we see Tyrant close by, just driving with their vehicles, maybe heard the gunshots that Elite were taking, and now Elite might have an angle here, as we see Sneezy actually just using, some healables to,
Mhm.
top up his
Oh,
health.
they're gonna use drones. They're gonna use
Drone.
drones.
Drone.
Tyrant Crane is using a drone right now, and he will be able to spot players here from Elite. Because earlier, though, Elite was the one who actually pushed Tyrant, and right now, disengaging for this battle might be the best option for Elite. Because if they get pushed here, it will reduce their chances into actually winning this whole thing here in the grand finals. But Tyrant is hungry for that victory. They want to eliminate Elite because if they actually do so, it will boost their chances into getting into the top spot here in the Rules of
Another
Survival
drone.
Winter
Ooh.
Invitational.
Trust gets tagged a bit by that drone.
Oh, what crying?
Elite
Nice
6
spot.
is will knock down crying with that AN94, and now TK On's gonna try to retaliate here but doesn't really have an angle as the tree is blocking him. But I think crying will be up, and will take some time to mess him up here. But wow, what a nice spot, James.
That was really a nice spot coming from Elite Sixes right there. And Tyrant is just going to hold an angle against Elite. Because I think Tyrant already knows that Elite is the team in front of them. So if they actually eliminate Elite right here, like what I've said earlier, it will reduce the chances of Elite's of victory for Elite. And Tyrant might be able to take a top spot here in the Winter Invitational. But Elite is not going to make those same mistakes earlier on as they did last round because they were the ones who actually pushed Tyrant. They were too confident in that situation, and because of that they got pushed. But right now they are playing it a little bit cautiously. They don't want to make mistakes as they are just playing around Tyrant. And they're just both going to hold specific angles against one another.
I think they're trying to make noise, trying to bait out Elite or maybe nearby other teams so that, it would be a third party situation and then they would capitalize on it. That might be possible, but right now we do have a bit of a stalemate going on with Elite and Tyrant. So we shall see on how this goes. Because I think the safe zone is going to close pretty soon as we have only 42 players remaining in match number 6.
And these teams, they don't want to push right now. They are inside that zone, slowly but surely. Holding the right angles here
Poor
in
Valiant
the
Men.
and for VM. Yeah, for Valiant Men is actually pushing in right now, but because they are going to hear those gunshots come off, this is going to be in Elite's favor as they are going to throw those grenades. Santino is going to be there as well, just rotating Pride, making sure he actually spots players from there. But Tyrant and for Valiant Men actually at a skirmish with one another. TK Ons is knocked down. Crying is still up. Crying will get knocked down. And 4 Valiant Men XP Company is going to be there. And 4VM just taking over this building as they are going to deal with Elite just there. I'm not sure if they know that Elite is there because Tyrant knows. Tyrant knows.
Yep.
As we are seeing a battle here between the top two teams right now here in the day 2 of the grand finals. Sentinel and Santino added against one another. Exert will get taken down. One member Santino is down as well. Sentinel is actually getting knocked down left and right. Santino, Nayan will get knocked down as well. Pride is the only one left here for Santino, and we are seeing Row for Asia just disengaging here. Tatsuya Miya not really wanting to fight against their opponents as we see Elite take down members from War Valiant Men, just capitalizing on the situation that we had earlier as they engaged and tried to eliminate and successfully doing so, eliminating the Tyrant who was just holding that building.
But we do have more action here as Mavis from Row for Asia is going to take some target practice onto the members of Sentinel, but will fail. And now Tatsuya Miya will try to take aim on Den here, but will be knocked down himself. But now here we have another team nearby, which is Terror. And we see Spaghetti on the left here. I think trying to have an angle onto Den here from Sentinel, as the other members of Sentinel are low on health. Terror now going in to mix into this fray of gunfire a while ago, and now Spaghetti is gonna try to, rush into Den here. Den though capitalizing on that, landing of Terror, and now he's gonna try to get another member of Terror here, but Den will be bursted down, will explode upon death right there, and now the other members of Sentinel State is going to be knocked down right there, and there's only one remaining member of Sentinel that's up and running. Zeref is now trying his best to disengage or medkit up, but Terror just cleaning up all of that action that went down there. It was Sentino and Sentinel, and then Sentinel and Rover Asia, and now Terror just cleanup crew basically.
Just reaping the benefits of the battle that we had earlier. But they are outside the zone. They need to loot up quickly because they don't want to use those medkits up just to heal outside that zone. But Vernice, we saw a four-way battle coming from these teams just hearing the gunshots going in left and right as they are going to push one member here, the Pride, the only one player left here for Santino, as he is going to get pushed here. But Terror, what? Terror got finished off by Pride by Santino.
Pride though, it's very, very low health right there. Was able to medkit up, but wow. Wow.
It was a 3 versus 1 situation. And Santino, because he had an RPG, he has that SMG to actually use in that fight as well. Capitalizing on what happened, just baiting Terror into pushing him. He used that RPG to his advantage and actually exploding the whole team of Terror. That was a really nice spot coming from Santino, and
That was
amazing.
I mean, James, if you can't call that a clutch, what other thing can it be? That was like, wow, what a clutch from Santino there. Pride. He will probably be, proud of that moment for the longest time. But
Mhm.
now Mao actually down to 2 members, but has 4 kills on the board. Um,
Mhm.
is inside the safe zone right now.
Yes.
Steady in safe, but 2 members remaining. That's gonna be hard if they encounter a full squad.
Mhm. And Mao is one of the contenders here for the top spots in the grand finals. But looking at the current situation right now, this isn't going to be good for them as they only have 2 members, like what you've mentioned earlier. But
Mm.
they have 4 kills on the board. We have 14 players left in the game, and the elite, I think, is still a full squad. So this is looking good for elite
Four
right there.
valiant men.
And the 4 valiant men, 3 members left for their squad as well. I'm not really sure what is going to happen or what is going to go down here in this match. We still have a large zone, so we might be seeing a bit of a downtime here coming from our teams. And
Oh, but
mhm,
right there though, Brush from Four Valiant Men is actually knocked down
by
from
Mao.
Mao. What? Wow, distance. But
Mhm,
we do see 2 members left for Four Valiant Men, so it's not gonna be good for them either. And you know, there's Elite is still here, taking things passively, as well as Mao. And Santino, right there at Echo Valley, is still far off into the
mhm,
zone. But yeah, this game is, relatively faster, I think.
mhm. Well, it is action packed, but because of the action that we had earlier, this is going to be the downtime for our game, because we might be seeing teams collide with one another, but I'm not sure if engaging is going to be the right option for them, since Elite, I know they want to place high in this round, because this is going to be their last chance for actually holding on to that top spot. But our teams are hungry for that as well, so they do want to get more kills. They want to eliminate their opponents, and the advantage in terms of numbers here will go to Elite, because they still have a full squad. Is Fake, on the other hand, has 3 members, while team number 9, which is Mao RSB, only has 2. Santino has 1, and 4 Valiant Men has 2. So yeah, this is going to be a tough battle between the teams that are currently um, inside that zone. As Santino will slowly make his way inside later on.
I think this is actually, like you said, downtime. This is gonna take a while, but we do see Yonker here from and Moku next to each other actually. But they're just smashing windows here.
Mm-hmm.
They were taking, a peek at Elite Eho a while ago, and I think they were, making sure that their, Elite is still there because they did battle, I believe, Tyrant in
Mm-hmm.
the house nearby Elite a while ago, and they were able to wipe them out. And they knew that Elite was there, so they're just
Mm-hmm.
keeping tabs on where Elite is positioned. But Elite will and for Valiant Men will have to rotate, soon because the zone is nearby now and it's closing in. And I feel, James, that once this zone, resets and shows where the next safe zone is, we'll see, if teams will collide when they rotate.
Mm-hmm. We still have 2 minutes before that save zone finally closes in, but this is going to be their chance to rotate early on and to get nice positioning inside that zone. But for Valiant Men, really bold, just walking, not using those vehicles to actually. I don't think they have any vehicles to use. Actually,
Ooh,
as they are going to rotate inside that zone, is Fake Main has a good angle here, and just holding that building. Not really sure if they are going to. Yeah, 4 people from Elite. You can see them just leaving one person behind for that med strat.
just,
And yeah, this might be the game for Elite once again, but Mao can actually be here, or maybe Santino can actually clutch this up for his team, because we've seen Santino do this before.
yeah,
And
Santino Pride.
Santino Pride, although Pride wasn't the player who actually did clutch of those late game rounds against their opponents, but he actually managed to clutch out a victory against 3 players here earlier.
Hmm.
It's Fake is a complete team. I thought they were only 3 members.
Indeed, though, 10 kills on the board. And this is late game. We see Jerry
Elite.
taking some shots on the vehicle that Diablo is holding. We'll try to delay the throw here so that it explodes on impact, but doesn't really connect with anyone there.
Mhm.
And right now, I think both of these teams want this house. This is like, the optimal position. But we see on, the kill feed that Mao actually finished off one of the members, or I'm not sure if it's just one, but finished off someone from 4 Valiant Men.
Mhm. That's not really going to look good for VM, because they only had 2 members earlier.
Mm.
Now they are left with one. Now it's going to be a battle between Isfake and Elite, because they
Ooh.
are two full squads right now. 4 Valiant Men with 3 kills on the board, left alone. This is Moku. Mao RSB, I think, has 2 players left for their squad. Santino has one. So that makes up for 12 players left in the game, and the 5 teams remaining.
Moko here. Think I'm trying to locate the the member of Mao, but
Mhm.
I think Mao probably rotated already. So we'll see on what's
Ooh!
gonna. Oh, he rotated behind Moku right there. Alpha with the nice laser on for Valiant Men Moku.
Mhm. He actually spotted Moku right there just rotating. He was in front and someone is guarding is behind. Maybe the member of or JMB is going to sit back and just use that med strat, but not really sure what their plans coming into this safe zone will be, as is fake is going to hold this spot. They are going to use these vehicles to rotate in, and they are going to battle it out with Elite later on. It is an open area. I think Elite is already holding that spot though. Oh, no,
It's
no
so
one's holding the
open,
spot.
James. Oh my goodness.
No one's holding
No
that
one's
spot.
here.
Not even
Yeah.
Elite is there.
Early rotation coming out from Isfake here, trying to secure the spot inside the safe zone, and using those vehicles as cover and extra vehicle actually here also for Jerry. So he's driving two, and
I
now
think
they're yeah, James.
I think using those vehicles and getting two cars to use as cover is actually a good thing,
Yeah.
because the more cover you have in an open field such as this one, the more you have an advantage in this fight. And they know, or Isfik knows, they are up against a team that is a full squad as well.
Hmm.
So this is going to be a battle, a full squad battle between these two teams. And we know how these teams play. They can actually take each other out. This is going to be a fair battle unless one of them makes a mistake, or one of them gets knocked down really, really immediately. As Elite, they want to rotate in. Is fake. They are holding an angle. They rotated very early. They are going to shoot down on Elite right now, and not really coordinated with their attacks, but they are going to attack
Oh,
right now.
Trust is
Not really
right
sure.
there. Ben one will be knocked down from Isfake, and now the Ben one is going to be healed by his teammate right there. This is a stare off, James.
They are at a 2-2 split though. And the
Well, three.
Santino and the Mao. Santino and Mao is just going to be behind them. So, not really sure what they are planning to do. For Valiant Men as well. One member of Elite got taken down,
Ooh.
Diablo, but he got rest backed up immediately right there. As we see Sixes actually knocked down as well. Oh, that's Trust. Trust got knocked down. Elite? Trust will get finished off? No. Yeah, yes, he got finished off, but Diablo is still going to be there, just bleeding. As is fake,
Champion.
because of their positioning right now, wants to push in on Elite, trying to eliminate them, and because there is an insurance player for Elite, they are not going to get eliminated here early on in this fight. But now, they want to clutch this out. Alpha just going there, and with that drive-by coming from Isfake, just eliminating Alpha and taking him down really, really quickly right there.
What an impressive play from Isfake here. Uh, still at the three members, they you know, only Midcon was eliminated. So we shall see. Oh, Santino is nearby now. Santino Pride. Will he get spot? Is that will he get spotted though?
I think this is a zone that you can actually move for a bit while healing. When that zone closes in, it's going to be dangerous for you. As I think Santino Pride is just walking. He's just running, rather. He's just running, not using vehicles because he doesn't want to get hurt. And
Hmm.
we have 6 players left in the game. Isvic Jerry is going to hold that spot. They do want to scout out where their opponents are at right now. And Elite still has that insurance player left, as well as 4 Valiant Men. And things are looking pretty good for Isfake right now. Santino left with 7 medkits here, 100 meters away from that zone. He still has time to make it. 4 kills on the board for Pride
Pride.
alone. 5 kills for Santino. But this is going to be dangerous for Santino because all of the players or all of the members of Isfake are using vehicles.
Yes. he needs to find a position that has cover, and a position that, is optimal for him, because this is going to be a 1v3 situation against is fake for Pride. But we have seen in this game that he was able to take down, the 1v3. He was able to win the 1v3 a while ago. And we shall see what's gonna happen, because the zone is closing now, and it's just gonna get smaller from this point on.
Yes, it is going to get smaller, and Pride still has that grenade left for him to use. And is 60 or is that 60 or 80 meters, 70 meters away from that zone? I think he can actually make it if he pops that medkit and rotates very, very quickly if he doesn't get spotted right there. But
Mm,
this is going to be dangerous for Santino Pride. He will try and do his best to actually go in and maybe get more kills for his squad. But being in a very dangerous
Elite.
situation such as that one, Elite Sneezy has 17 medkits still, so
Oh,
not
more.
really just 70, more medkits here for Sneezy because of the eliminations they did earlier. That's why they have a lot of medkits right now. Now is fake is going to be there. He is going to try and make that rotation. No, he will get shot at really, really quickly from behind by Vantian. And
I think this is Elite and Mao.
I think Mao is still alive. Yeah, Mao is still
Yeah,
alive.
one
Elite,
from Mao.
but I'm pretty sure Elite Sneezy has more medkits than Mao.
Yep.
He has more medkits than Mao, so this is going to be um Elite's game once again, playing really, really consistent, just med stratting
Is
it up
fake.
until until all of them get us eliminated. It's fake. We'll get this win, but like what I said earlier, Elite 10 kills on the board for them. Placing second place. I'm pretty sure he will get second place unless someone from Isfake just pushes him.
Mm.
But that's highly unlikely to happen. As Mao, 395 meters away, not really enough medkits to actually last him until he gets into that zone, though.
I think Elite played this very smart. They knew there was a possibility they're gonna get wiped out, so they just left Sneezy with all the medkits, and just as an insurance player. And Mao there tried to get into the circle, but I think Alpha was the one who got gunned down, and Mao just, as fast as he can, disengaged, and trying to secure whatever points he can now. But both teams do have a lot of kills. I think Mao a while ago had 8, and now Elite has 10, so not bad for both teams.
Hmm. The only way for Elite Sneezy to get eliminated early or before Mao is if Sneezy doesn't get the timing right, or if he lags for just a bit, you
Yeah,
cannot pop your medkit. That will be really bad for Elite.
but I think that's it. He's gonna be second. Elite's gonna be
Oh
second
yeah,
place,
he's
as
going to second place.
Mao will retire from lack of medkits now.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Now, Isfake is just celebrating though.
yeah. Early celebrations for Isvik.
Mm-hmm. And we are just waiting for Sneezy to exhaust all of his medkits right now. They are just going to have a joyride there. They're both riding the same vehicle, and 600 meters away, Sneezy. I don't think he will clutch this out. He will just heal up outside that zone and run out of medkits eventually, as they will take second place here in round number 6. And I gotta say, Vernice,
Mm,
a pretty quick battle coming from these teams. A very aggressive early game until mid game.
mm,
Then we had some dull stages in the game because of the players remaining. There were only 14 players remaining, or rather 15 earlier, as
yeah.
we closed to as we had I think that was season 4 and 5, or season 3 and 4. Only 14
Mm.
players were left at that time. So, a huge circle for that amount of players.
But yeah, Jim, it's safe to say this is gonna go to Isfake. You know,
Yes.
they were very passive throughout the whole game, but they did stay together and stick by each other towards, towards the late game. A bit of a salute coming from Sneezy here, and a bit of a heart as well as he, disintegrates through the zone. But a big congrats on Isfake main for winning round number 6.
As that is going to be our final round here in the grand finals. And it was a pretty tough battle between our teams here in round number 6. But this actually paid off for a lot of our teams right here, as they actually racked up points for them to score high in this tournament.
Yes, very true. Also, we see the same, teams during every round towards the late game. But you guys, that is going to be it. Our whole tournament is finally finished, and we'll show you the highlights. And when we come back, we'll break everything down. We'll see you in a bit.
everyone. Welcome to the most exciting part of today, our shoutout event.
Hello everyone. ¿Cómo está? Xin chào. Salat Malayam.
Wow, Diamond King, so handsome. Why are you here?
Thanks, Renee. I'm here because of the passion for top clans from across the world.
And Diamond King, today we'll have a giveaway with $10 Unipink credits and Victor Minotaur Gunskin for the 10 lucky winner.
Wow, of course I know, Renee. Let's do it. The very first lucky winner is Byros DOS Impact. Shout out for Team Mox RSB. I support Team Mox RSB because the team is a pride of Philippines and the team assisting everyone in the team member to win every matcha.
And the second lucky winner goes to Nor Aerofil Usman. The gameplay is so intense. Also, all the players are so good.
Well said, Renee.
Yeah.
The next lucky winner, number 3, is Mr. Pirate Handsome. This gameplay is way more intense and memorable than the previous event, Summer Invitational. The battle of these soldiers from different teams is so intense.
Sounds so good. And the fourth lucky winner goes to Alversa Kyle. There are no secrets to success, and it is the result of preparation, hard work, and learning from failure.
Exactly. Number 5 lucky winner is Non-Am. The battle with the top clans player is really good. To all clans, go! Do everything you can.
And the next lucky winner goes to Jory Sarazul Lampinik. When everything feels like an uphill struggle, just think of the view from the top. We can do this.
Number 7 lucky winner is Lloyd Steven Espinosa. The gameplay is so intense.
Wow.
All the teams are showing their best, proving that they are deserving to be part of top clans. Some teams have unbelievable teamwork and coordination, allowing them to dominate among other teams and stand on top of the rankings. Hoping to see more action in the following rounds.
And the 8th lucky winner goes to Cyrus Legend Catley. The game was so intense and it is hard to predict who's gonna win in this round, and the gameplay is so enjoyable to watch.
Definitely. The number 9 lucky winner, Angelo Johan Gomia. This is the best match I've ever seen. All the players are great, and they have good teamwork, and also the strategy of each team was amazing.
The last lucky winner goes to Frank Lopezon. The gameplay was the best gameplay I've ever seen of this year's of Top Clans because all the teams are showing their best side in games.
Wow, those were some amazing comments, Renee. Remember, everyone, to follow Top Clans Facebook, and I'll see you at the next Top Clans.
Thank you, Diamond King. Bye. I'll see you next time. Now, let's give the stage back to our casters.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Diamond King, and to our host Renee, and congratulations to the winners of that shoutout event.
Yes, a big congrats.
Oh,
you
okay.
guys get the packs that they have, stated a while ago. So big congrats as well. Good comments on everyone.
Yes, and congratulations to the winners of that shoutout event, and of course, this is going to be what we've all been waiting for. But before we actually show the scoreboard of the day 2 of the grand finals, Vernice, what are your thoughts about all 6 rounds of the grand finals that we had, the day 2 of the grand finals?
Well, there were teams that really showed their consistency, like teams like Elite, is fake, as well as Mao X RSB. But Santino bouncing back from not really doing that great from day 1, but they did amazing this time around. So honestly, this could still be anyone's game. There's no clear winner yet. I mean, Elite Iho is pretty up there, I believe, because they kind of did well on both days. But we're just tallying up everything, all the scoreboards, and I'm so excited, James.
Mhm.
it's nail biting for me.
Yes, and we are just getting things ready as we will flash the scoreboard in just a bit. But first, we'll show you the scoreboard here in day two of the grand finals first. Before we actually tally it up and show you the overall scores of both day one and day two. But for now, day two scores for the grand finals here in the top clans ROS Winter Invitationals. Of course, we have for us in 15th place with 9 points. Better at 14th with 23 points. PFN Colossians with 29 points. Born to Win with 30 points. Row for Asia with 33 points. Terror Pro Max with 34 points. Juggernaut with 38 points.
And we are moving on to the upper bracket here. For Valiant Men clutching it up and taking the 8th spot. Tyrant on the 7th, just for fun, ranking at a 6 is Fake Main on the 5th spot. Mao X RSB on the 4th. And now the top 3.
Drum roll, and Elite Iho scoring 93 points right there, followed by Santino PH, of course, with 104 points, and Sentinel coming out on top after day two of the grand finals with 107 points. But Vernice, will
Yes, James.
these points be enough for our teams to actually score high after calculating day one points and day two points?
It's going to be, I think it's going to be close, but Elite really proving consistency is key, because even though it's day two, they still rank pretty high here. But not not all hope is lost, because Sentinel, Santino, and Mao XRSB and Ispik Mean also did pretty well on day one. So right now, there's no clear winner and second place and third place just yet, because
There you
Well,
go. This
we're
is
gonna find out
the
now.
calculated scores of day one and day two of the grand finals. And for us, getting a total of 46 points. Born to Win with 60 points. Row for Asia with 69 points on 13th place. Better with 65 points. PFN Colossians are an aggressive team, but they only managed to get 70 points. For Valiant Men with 71 points. Terror Pro Max with 79 points. And that's only top 9 to top 15. But this is what our viewers are waiting for, Vernice.
And here we go, James. The upper ranks here. Juggernaut going on to the 8th spot with 79 points just for fun, garnering 84 points for their team. Tyrant on the 6th, 118 points, is Fake Main. 149 points on the 5th spot. Santino PH getting 165 points for the 4th. And now the top 3, James.
Let's have a quick drum roll using our voices right here, Bernice. And here you go, winning the whole thing. It's Elite Iho with a total of 200 points, exactly 200 points right there. Followed by Sentinel at second place with 183 points. Then Mao X RSB with 171 points. Wow. And, congratulations to Elite Iho for winning the whole tournament. Our winter invitational champion right here, Elite EHO. And they are really a team that you don't want to mess with, because they played really consistently for all 12 rounds, or maybe around 10 rounds of the whole grand finals here for ROS Winter Invitational, Vernice.
And also a big congrats to the other teams. Is Fake, Santino, Mau RXV, and Sentinel doing their best. All of you guys will, take home a bit of that prize pool that we have, 15,000 USD. But James, it was an amazing 5 days of non-stop action. Our players, our teams did all their best, and I want to shout out to all of you guys for doing such a good job.
Yes, and give yourselves all a round of applause for all the teams. And of course, in behalf of me, Vernice, and Nikki, this is going to be it for us as we will pass on the floor to our lovely host, Renee. Take it away.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Bernadette and Nikki. Thank you guys for today's amazing castings. And big congratulations to Elite Eho. They are the champion of our tournament. A big round of applause to them all. During our 5 days matches, we've witnessed so many spectacular performances from all the players, and they are all one of a kind. So at the end, we would like to say thank you to all our partners again. Thanks to our official payment partner Unipin, and Video, EGG Network, Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. Special thanks to our local livestream partner InfoFit, qualifier partner TNC Event. So we'll see you next year, and see you. Have a nice day, everybody.